Hey, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk informs me that it is now 7 o'clock. So I will officially call this September 8th, 2025 council meeting to order. And I would ask you please to stand and join with me in a moment of silent reflection, our national anthem, and I will read the traditional land acknowledgement.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We acknowledge that the land we gather on is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We recognize the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the Haudenosaunee people. We also acknowledge the First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people who live on these lands today. We commit to work towards reconciliation. Thank you. Okay, just before I go to the clerk for any agenda announcements and or amendments, Councillor Malboof will not be with us. He's away tonight, but we do have a quorum and we will proceed. As council's policy and procedures, Councillor Ijaz will be in the chair after I'm finished up here in just a very short well, I would also recognize that there's a number of people in the Milton room, and some of them may or may not be delegating to this council meeting this evening. So I know Councillor Ijaz at the appropriate time will determine if there's anybody in the Milton room, if he or she wishes to come upstairs and be heard here. So that's going to be the process for that. So again, we certainly haven't forgotten about those many people that are downstairs there. So hopefully everything is going well down there and you can hear all the procedures that's going on up here. So, and staff will let me know if there's any glitches, as well as Councillor Ijaz when he's in the chair. So with that, Madam Clerk, any announcements and or amendments?
We have a few announcements for tonight's meeting. The mover of agenda item 9.3, motion to consider e-scooters, has clarified this motion is intended to be introduced only on tonight's agenda. And this motion will be considered and voted upon at the November 3rd council meeting. So agenda 9.12 has been withdrawn, and agenda item notice of motion e-scooters will now be renumbered as agenda item 10.2. We've received the following delegations registered for this evening's agenda: Regarding agenda item 9.9, motion to consider regarding additional residential units. Abdus Samas has registered as a delegation. And we also, before the meeting, we are just confirming that an individual named Owais also would like to speak to this agenda item. Regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider regarding vexatious policy. Marina Husoon, Rachel Orr, Rick DiLorenzo, Lorna Wilson, Peter Anderson, and Gary and Andrea Thompson have registered as delegations. Before council can add these delegations relating to agenda items 9.9 and 9.11, council will first need to approve the procedural motions in items 9.8 and 9.10 with 2/3 support to waive rules of procedure. This is because we cannot add delegations to motions that have only been introduced. We will need to approve that they're going to be considered or voted upon at this council meeting. These motions have been prepared and will be handed to the chair at the appropriate time before the consent agenda. Staff have received a written submission from Ibrahim Bag regarding agenda item 9.9, motion to consider regarding additional residential units. This has been circulated to council in advance of this evening's meeting. Later on today's agenda, we have one statutory public meeting scheduled regarding a zoning bylaw amendment application by Milton Land for Investments Limited, York Trafalgar Properties Incorporated, and Wilfrid Laurier University. During the course of the live meeting, members of the public in attendance will be given the opportunity to speak to this application, either in person or remotely. Members of the public who wish to speak at this meeting can connect via phone by dialing 1-866-511-0021, and they'll be given instructions on how to participate. These instructions for the public meeting will be provided again at the point in the agenda where we will be holding the public meeting, and information about how to connect will be scrolling across the live stream video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for that. Are there any disclosure by any member of council this evening? I'm not seeing any. So Councillor Ijaz, if you'd be so kind to assume the chair, and staff will make some of the modifications here in the council chambers, and just give us 2 minutes and we'll get things underway. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sami Ijaz. I am the Regional Councillor of Ward 3 in Milton. We'll dive right into procedural motions. Before we get to the consent section of the agenda, we have 3 procedural motions to consider with regard to tonight's agenda, which will all need 2/3 support from members of council, which is 5 of the 7 members present. We have delegations that have registered to speak this evening to notices of motion in agenda items 9.9 and 9.11. We need council to move the motions to waive rules for these items to be voted on tonight in order to add the related delegations. We'll start with agenda item 9.8. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall, which reads, whereas the bylaw 014-2024 provide that notices of motion shall not be discussed or debated upon introduction, but shall be included on the next regular council meeting agenda for consideration, whereas section 7.8.3 of the Town of Milton Procedure Bylaw 014-2024 as amended permits a notice of motion to be considered upon its introduction by affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members present. And whereas it is deemed impractical or not in the best interest of the Town of Milton to delay consideration. Therefore, be it resolved that the pertinent rules contained in section 7.8 of Procedure Bylaw 014-2024 be waived to permit the introduction and consideration by council of the notice of motion on the council agenda pertaining to additional residential units.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Thank you. I know that a lot of delegations have signed. In case the procedural motion passes, only then they will be able to delegate. And for that, I just want to make sure there's a recorded vote on the procedural motions.
Not a problem. All righty. So I will hand this over to the clerk to consider the recorded vote.
If all members in council could please stand who are in favor of the motion as read by Councillor Ajaz. Okay, thank you. I'm seeing Councillor Lee, Councillor Kulke, Councillor Best, Councillor Challoner, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Melbuff is absent. Also the Mayor Krantz and Councillor Ajaz. So that's carried.
I'll move on to agenda item 9.10. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall, which reads, whereas procedural bylaw 014-2024. Give me 1 second. Therefore, be it resolved that the pertinent rules contained in section 7.8 of procedural bylaw 014-2024 be waived to permit the introduction and consideration by council of the notice of motion on the council agenda pertaining to vexatious complaints. All in favor? Would you like a recorded vote on this as
Yeah,
well?
yes.
We'll do a recorded vote. I'll hand it over to the clerk.
All members in favor of the motion as read, please stand. Okay, I'm seeing Councillor Ali, Councillor Kulke, Councillor Best, Councillor Challoner, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Melbuff is absent, Mayor Krantz and Councillor Ajaz. That's carried.
Procedural motion to add the delegates for this agenda. I have a motion moved. Before I go on, would you like a recorded vote on this as well? I have a motion moved. I need a mover and seconder for this. John Challoner, Colin Best. Be it resolved that the pertinent rules of procedure bylaw 014-2024 be waived to permit the addition of the following delegations for items 9.1 and 9.11. Abdusamad Marina Hussein, Rachel Orr, Rick DeLorenzo, Lorna Wilson, Peter Anderson, Gary and Andrew Thompson, Awais Tariq and Awais Osman. All in favor? And it's carried. We'll move on to consent items. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, which reads that consent items 5.1 to 5.6 be approved. Any questions from council or staff? Seeing none, all in favor, and it's carried. Move on to delegations. We have 9 delegations this evening. As a reminder, we are receiving delegations now, and council will consider the related agenda items later on this evening. Members of council will have the opportunity to ask questions for clarification from the delegation directly, but questions of staff would form a part of this discussion of the related staff report listed later on in this evening's agenda. We'll start with our first delegation, Jeff Martin. The first delegation is Jeff Martin regarding item 8.2 related to staff report ES-042-25 2026 budget call report. I want to remind everyone, the delegation, that the decision before council tonight is to give comments for consideration in the 2026 budget. Welcome. Just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes to delegate.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Martin. I'm a father of 3 beautiful children, a husband to a beautiful wife. I'm an educator, a volunteer coach in several Milton sports organizations, and a member of my parent council at my children's school. I'm here to speak towards budget needs towards enhanced funding for community safety. Community safety matters. Community safety is the foundation of a thriving, resilient town. Milton is one of the fastest growing municipalities in Ontario. With growth comes new challenges, population density, traffic, crime, and social needs. These are the current safety challenges: rising property crime rates, increased traffic collisions, and pedestrian injuries. These can all be found updated real time on Halton Regional Police Services crime map. Emergency response delays due to growth outpacing infrastructure. Concerns about public spaces, the safety of them, cleanliness, being used appropriately and respectfully. enforcement of and accountability for our town bylaws. Community safety, what it really means, it's just not policing. That's just one piece. Accountability measures are needed for enforcing bylaws. More staff, active duty officers are needed. Public awareness campaigns, accountability and follow-up for the enforcement of those bylaws. Traffic calming measures, speed cameras, red light cameras, increase in visible police patrols. Community policing, that would see an increase in additional active duty officers added to our local detachment, and crime prevention initiatives being added. This is the cost of underfunding: increased crime and vandalism, lower property values, reduced public trust, civic engagement, and a loss of the sense of community. Prevention is significantly more cost-effective than response. With increased funding, and this is what it can do for Milton, it can expand community policing. It's much needed additional officers and neighborhood watch programs. Milton's growth has far outpaced the capacity of our current police force. Enhance road safety and traffic calming in all residential areas. Better enforcement and accountability for town bylaws and offenses. Community voices matter, and these are residents that have spoken out. They feel unsafe walking at night, possible home invasions, auto theft, assaults, an increase in men and suspicious individuals loitering in family parks, spaces near schools as well. The need for more visible personnel, visible police patrols, visible bylaw officers, neighborhood watch programs. The residents want to see our officers out and visibly present, not visibly reacting to accidents only. Concerns over traffic-related offenses that involve dangerous driving, high-speed stunt driving, dangerous operations of electric scooters and bikes in public spaces and roadways. Housing concerns. A growing trend in Milton is that housing in residential areas are turning into rooming houses where several adults, there is no limit on them, and there is no evidence of them being tax-paying residents. The need for enforcement and accountability of bylaws, the public use of fireworks, the various cultures that use them for celebrations, and an increase in litter covering public parks, natural spaces, and our downtown core. A safer town builds stronger community trust and engagement. Success stories. This is what works elsewhere. Mississauga has reduced vandalism and loitering through targeted youth programming. Brampton has community ad campaigns in several social media outlets that address how neighbors should respect each other with property maintenance, noise, excessive parking of vehicles, neighborhood driving speeds. Toronto, Wellington, South Bruce Peninsula all use speed cameras in multiple high offense areas, and they have drastically calmed traffic. They've decreased motor vehicle related incidences, and they support city revenue. I'm asking for a call to action. We must act now. I miss the Milton that I've been living in for 25 years. This increased funding will not only be an important expense, but it will be a real investment. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Jeff. If you could stay there. Any questions for the delegation from council? Seeing none. Thank you, Jeff. Move on to delegation number 2. The next delegate is Abdus Samad, item 9.9, related to motion to consider additional residential units. I just want to remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is related to the motion of consideration relating to additional residential units. Welcome. Just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, respected mayor and the councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Milton residents who are deeply concerned about the new ARU re-inspection bylaws. We share a common goal with the town to ensure a safe and compliant neighborhood. The existing bylaw is unfair, inconsistent, and counterproductive. First, the bylaw suggests re-inspection with a fee only for homeowners who have already gone through the proper permit process, applying the safety standards to a selective group of residents who acted bona fide and who met the legal requirements of the town to ensure that their families and neighborhoods remain safe, it is unfounded that legally inspected ARUs suddenly become unsafe. Meanwhile, primary residences could carry the same potential safety risks. Safety standards should be applied fairly across all homes, not selectively to one group of residents. Second, the spirit of Provincial Bill 23 was to remove barriers in expanding the housing supply. Yet this bylaw adds new barriers, extra fees, annual inspections, and red tape. Instead of encouraging safe legal units, it discourages compliance. Third, legalizing an ARU increases a property's assessed value and property taxes, which already fund town operations. This selective group is being unfairly charged an additional $340 fee, imposing an unnecessary burden on legal units while encouraging underground ARUs, jeopardizing the town of Milton's safety and related issues. Fourth, the town called this registry a pilot project at the request of the fire department. If it is truly a pilot, then the certificates issued are valid for only 1 year, which in turn keeps doors open for future re-inspections and fees. Fifth, the stated purpose of the bylaw cannot be achieved by not addressing the real risk of unpermitted illegal ARUs, which pose a significant threat to the town of Milton and resulted in lost potential revenue as well. Finally, by overburdening legal ARUs, the town may actually push more homeowners to avoid the system altogether. A legal unit with the permit is the right direction, one that emphasizes education, fairness, and incentives for compliance, rather than penalties for those already following the rules. Just to close, the council must ask why the ARUs singled out when similar risks exist in all homes. Why impose annual re-inspection under a pilot project? Why penalize compliant residents while illegal units remain unaddressed? We therefore urge council to reconsider, amend, or repeal this bylaw, and instead pursue solutions that are fair, transparent, and effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ahmed. Are there any questions from council to the delegation? Thank you. Thank you very much. One of my third delegation, Marina Hussain. The next delegation regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. I'll remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is to give staff direction to prepare a policy for council to consider in the future. We do not discuss specific enforcement files during council meetings. Welcome. Just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes.
Good evening, councillors. Good evening, your worship. My name is Marina Hussain. I live at 137 Thomas Street. We've lived there for 36 years, and we've lived in peaceful coexistence with the fairgrounds since that time. The fairgrounds is a space where neighbours meet, often with their dogs, and in fact, I first met many of my neighbours there. While the fairgrounds has frequently been described as private property, it is in fact very much part of the fabric of our community at large. It is a common ground in the historic sense for the benefit of the agricultural community. It is well used for community events, and we believe it must remain as an important place in the history and the future of the town of Milton. We support the Halton Agricultural Society's role in managing it, both historically and into the future, and we hope that the grounds will continue to be a green space that can be enjoyed by the whole community. We are quite agreeable to living with the weekends of the year when there is events noise and traffic chaos on our street, because we value the privilege of being allowed to enjoy the fairgrounds throughout the year. While there is clearly disruption caused by the large events at the fairgrounds, I accept the activity as part and parcel of the reality of living on Thomas Street. We consider the passive use of the grounds to be a benefit to the community as it provides casual supervision of the grounds, which deters vandalism. You can see from the online chatter last week and from all the folks here tonight that we want the fairgrounds to thrive. And I believe that the HAS should be supported by the town as a matter of pride and principle. I hope that our involvement in the current discussion will be useful. What has brought us here today is the HAS's decision to close the grounds to the public. This happened, we are told, because the HAS has been served with several.
Marina, Councillor Best.
Point of order, can we stick to the motion, please?
Marina, if it would be
Point
possible.
of order, my motion is about the fairgrounds issue.
Councillor Best,
Could you please put the motion up for everyone to see?
please put the motion up. Thank you.
Because it did not mention the fairgrounds whatsoever.
It was through you, Mr. Chair. The motion included the fairgrounds issue. I was advised by the clerk's office to take it out.
We won't have discussions on this. No more further discussion. Can we please have that up on the screen, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
I will go ahead and read the motion, and that way I can advise future delegations on what to keep their focus on. All righty. We bring it down so I could read it? Sure. No problem. All righty, whereas the town of Milton is committed to fair, transparent, and efficient enforcement of municipal bylaws, and whereas repeated, unfounded, or frivolous complaints made by law enforcement, fire services, or other departments can place an undue burden on municipal resources, and whereas such complaints can negatively impact property owners who are in full compliance with town bylaws, contributing to a sense of unfair treatment. And whereas the other municipalities across Ontario have adopted formal, vexatious, or frivolous complaints policies to manage and respond to patterns of unreasonable behavior in consistent and equitable manner. Therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to develop a draft policy for council's consideration that outlines how the town will address and manage frivolous, vexatious, or repeated unfounded complaints, and that the policy include, but not to be limited to, provisions on complaint intake and review procedures, criteria for identifying, responding to frivolous and vexatious complaints, the balance between proactive and reactive enforcement confidentially, and protection of complaint and respondent information and procedural fairness for all parties involved, and that the bylaw enforcement staff collaborate with the other relevant departments to ensure the policy includes appropriate language to address related areas, and that the residents are provided with clear and understandable information regarding the town of Milton's bylaws. And further, that a draft policy be brought forward to council for review at the November 2026 meeting. With that being considered, we shall keep our comments focused on the motion to give staff direction on creating policy, not on specific events or specific scenarios.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I am the mover of the motion. The motion is based on the fairgrounds issue. To that end, the delegates' topic of discussion is relevant to the motion. As the mover of the motion, I confirm this, and I'm on record saying this.
Thank you very much. We will stick to the policy aspects and not specifics or events. Thank you.
How would you like me to proceed?
You may go ahead and proceed for Mayor Krantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not surprised that there's a bit of confusion here, but I think we've also had legal advice, and staff can allude to that. But what I'm going to suggest, and it's fortunate or unfortunate that Marina is the very first one up here, but I think what I'm going to suggest, and we want to hear from everyone, but if no reference could be made to the fairgrounds, I think we'd be all happy, because there's a meeting set up this week with me and others that hopefully, and I'm pretty positive all these issues will be resolved. But, and I'd like Marina pretty well to start all over and just, eliminate any reference to the fair board or the fairgrounds. And that's the way that I'm going to urge us to proceed. And that's legal advice, not from me, but from our lawyers as well. Thank you.
So you'd like me to not mention a reference to the Halton Agricultural Society and the fairgrounds and tell you what I have to say without mentioning those two items?
Give me 1 second.
That could be interesting.
Marina, give me 1 second. Thank you. 1 second. So this is a policy piece, and Mayor Krantz, I do appreciate your comments. And Marina, it's unfortunately you're the first person, but I do have to stick to the policy component of the motion. And without mentioning what Mayor Krantz just said, if there are more things you'd like to say, the floor is yours.
Well, at risk of not meeting your requirements, I'll proceed. And if you want to shut me down a second time, then that's your prerogative.
I won't shut you down, but I may jump in and say, Marina.
Okay. We're here today because someone we know, or a property owner that we know, how am I doing? Has been served with several complaint notices. And they have been unable to reach agreement with the town of Milton about the expectations for managing events and appropriate property standards. Is this good? All right. On the face of it, the issues that we've heard, sorry.
A second, Council Challoner.
Yeah, point of order. I think it's very clear what the mayor said. So there's a meeting this Friday with the Fair Board to deal with these issues. So that does answer your question. The question we have of you is about the policy that you just read. Do you have any comments about that?
So Marina, and thank you, Councilor Challoner. If you could provide direction to our staff on the policy of this motion, it would be greatly appreciated. And this is not just for you, for any delegation that is speaking on any of the policy issues, any of the policy motions, it goes for them. It's not just we're singling one person out. It's every delegation that is speaking about a specific item for consideration or item for whether it's whatever that is, it's a policy motion. So if I know it's difficult, and it's quite difficult for me to be in this chair and sort of guide and provide direction onto this policy, but if you could, thank you.
Thanks, John. Oh, let me try it again. The property owner who has received these complaints has been unable to reach resolution over 6 months, and that has been frustrating. Councillor Ali's motion is intended to resolve the issue of those complaints. It appears from having talked to my neighbors, who are all familiar with the circumstances and who some of have lodged those complaints, whether vexatious or not, that dialogue between the property owner and the town has been a problem, and that there isn't a good mechanism for the stakeholders, whether it's the property owner or the town or the neighbors, to talk together. And it seems necessary to create not only a vexatious complaints bylaw, but a platform for dialogue between the property owner, the town, and the neighbors who are affected by the complaints. I believe that with proactive management and clear expectations, that we can continue to live in peaceful coexistence with our neighbors. If the way forward is to convene a meeting, and if you want a neighborhood liaison to be at that meeting, I'd be glad to volunteer for that if it will bring a long-term way to respectful coexistence without vexatious complaints.
Thank you, Marina. I really appreciate, it's tough and I do apologize for interrupting you multiple times. Are there any questions from council for the delegation? Thank you, Marina. Thank you. We'll move on to our fourth delegation, Rochelle Orr. For agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. I would like to reinstate the whole 9 yards. I want to remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is related to the motion for consideration relating to vexatious complaints. I'll remind the delegate that this is a policy piece, not specific events, specific timeframes. It's a policy piece for everything. All types of complaints. It's one specific complaint. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. Beyond my introduction, I will not mention the fairgrounds or AJS. Rachel is here beside me, but I will be speaking on our behalf, if that's okay with council. Good evening, Mayor Krantz and councillors and town staff. Like I said, beyond my introduction, I will not mention the topic. I am Vincenzo Credo. I am the president of the HAS that operates the fairgrounds. It has become evident in the past few months that there is a problem with the bylaw system that allows for the weaponization of the system against a specific group, person, or entity. This motion is timely and urgently needed. I apologize. I'm going to have to sort through this. Basically, there's what we're seeking to see from this motion that Councillor Ali has presented is compliant-driven, or what we want to see resolved is compliant-driven or complaint-driven enforcement that lacks any transparency or proportionality. There's no clear thresholds for what constitutes violations, such as the case of point of reception bylaw. There's conflicting guidelines that are given based on text or in communication directly with bylaw staff. And there's also the failure of the system. Currently, the system does not allow a complainant to inform the person that they're complaining against what the actual problem is. For example, if it's a matter of any simple adjustments are out of compliance, it's a guessing game. Bylaw will inform you that there's an infraction, but cannot tell you where or what that is, or, well, aside from the general nature of the infraction, they will not help you isolate that is. And if you are a large property owner, that can be quite difficult guessing where is this issue? How do we fix this? Do we adjust that? Wait and see if we get a fine. So there's a guessing game and a cat and mouse game that is causes undue stress to all parties involved. Furthermore, without a complainant being able to directly pass that information on to the person they're complaining against because of privacy issues, they may not get their desired outcome, even if there's non-compliance. So it may cause further frustration to a complainant to allow them possibly to weaponize the system without any oversight. What we are looking for is clear criteria to be established for identifying vexatious complaints. Town departments' coordination to ensure enforcement is balanced and not reactionary, and the community organizations are protected, not punished for serving the public. The policy is not about making exceptions. It's about ensuring fairness, common sense, and commitment to working with the community, not against it. I do apologize. There's a lot in here that does not meet the guidelines. But that essentially covers what we're looking to see is clear, decisive rules so that an organization, person, or entity can be part of the community without being obviously a nuisance to their neighbors, and a system that will oversee someone weaponizing it to be used for multiple complaints, frivolous or not. There should be some kind of oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, moving on. Next delegation. It almost seems like you guys are clapping for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The next delegation is from Rick DeLorenzo regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. Once again, I would like to remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is to give staff direction to prepare a policy for council to consider in the future. We do not discuss specific enforcement files, events during council meeting. Welcome. Just a reminder, Rick, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
So I've also had to throw out my speech and speak from the fly. Fictitious complaints is a complaint that is not brought forward in good faith and is for improper purpose to harass or damage an individual. Now, many council members have been on council where you've had maybe a neighbor doesn't like another neighbor, and they bring forward complaint after complaint after complaint. Oh, this father is allowing his son, who's 5 years old, to learn to ride the bike on the sidewalk. That is a complaint. It is against our bylaw. Oh, this parent is having their kids run across the road, not cross on a crosswalk. That is against our bylaw. It is a complaint. It is possible for a neighbor currently in the town of Milton to call the bylaw enforcement every single day and make a complaint against another neighbor, group, or organization. Other government bodies have fictitious complaint policies in their government, in their policy, to stop the government being used as a weapon against a neighbor, an individual, a business, or organization they don't like. Now, I realize labeling a complaint fictitious is a serious matter because you want to avoid punishing good faith complaints, and you want to make sure your policy has some type of reasonable manner to evaluate what is a fictitious complaint versus what is a good faith complaint. You don't want to punish individuals under a good faith filing a complaint because they're want to live in a community where they're not being disturbed, where they're under community safety. But at the same time, I agree with the president of HAS that currently the town is being used as a weapon. And I'm not talking about this one individual situation that brought us all here together, but there's been other situations in the past where many members on council are aware that this has occurred in previous years, and we're aware of it, and we say, well, we have to follow the process. We have to do the investigation. Many other government bodies have a fictitious complaint policy. It is something that I think Milton requires. We've grown to the size where the town's resources are being used and consumed by individuals following an agenda to hurt groups, individuals, or organization. So from a policy perspective, I want to thank Regional Councillor Samir Ali and Local Councillor Sarah Marshall for bringing this motion forward. I think Milton has grown to the situation where we need some policy in effect. I'm not going to try to, on the fly, say what that policy should be, but we need one to stop situations from this occurring again and again. I still have 2 minutes, so I'll leave the last 15 seconds to congratulate Councillor Ijaz on his recent marriage a few days. I wish you both, you and your wife, a lifetime of happiness.
Thank you, Rick. We may have questions. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yes, yeah, go ahead.
So,
I would never stop applauses. Okay, it's a politician's music. Any members of council have a question for our delegation?
thank you for allowing us to speak.
Absolutely. Seeing none, we'll move on to our next delegate. The next delegation is from Lorna Wilson regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. I want to remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is to give staff direction to prepare a policy for council to consider in future. We do not discuss specific enforcement files during council meetings. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. As I begin to say this, I only wish I had known before I prepared something to say that what the original intent of the resolution that had been presented, that it had been altered. I think that's very unfair to our group that it got altered without our knowledge. I was quite prepared on behalf of the provincial Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies to support. However, I am governance. The organization that I belong to supports 210 agricultural societies across Canada. I have been chair of governance for this provincial organization for 2 years. So I will speak to the policy and vexatious complaints. I have been a resident of Milton for 70 years. Yes, you can say I don't look that old. However, I agree, the town of Milton has grown. Vexatious complaints are not, here I am on the fly, they're not a good thing anywhere. And I am really surprised that Milton does not already have a policy to address vexatious complaints. All vexatious complaints do is pit neighbor against neighbor, household against household, municipality against municipality. So I will leave this really short, but I strongly agree you get the vexatious complaint policy in as soon as possible, and then we can deal with what the matter is and the elephant in the room that we're not supposed to speak about. Thank you.
Not gonna lie, the previous applause were louder. Just for the record. Thank you so much. Any questions for the delegation? Mayor Gord-Krantz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lorna's very first comment there about being aware of what was circulated. I would stand corrected, but I think the resolution went out and hopefully you got it to know very clearly what you might be talking about. So through you, Mr. Chair, did that happen and did you receive it? Or did you follow up on the web or with the town hall?
I'd like to go to the town clerk for this.
I'm a little concerned about, that statement there. So I want to make sure that it's addressed.
Thank you.
My understanding is that when confirming the delegation, we did add a link to the agenda and confirmed that delegations were speaking to the policy piece on that. Apologies if that wasn't necessarily clear, but with the communications with the delegation, we send a link to the agenda with the items noted.
If it was done today, I've been at a family funeral all day, so I didn't have any chance to correct that. So thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, it's not my meeting. Any other questions?
Thank you. You'd be a good chair. Thank you.
I've done that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. The next delegation is Peter Anderson regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. I won't remind the reminder once again, but please come to the podium. You've got 5 minutes to delegate. Thank you.
My name is Peter Anderson. I live on Sarah Street. The area of concern lives to the south of me. I like that my neighbor to the south. I have had issues with that neighbor. They've listened to me and they have responded very favorably. I am a little shocked that they're having such difficulty resolving the issues of complaints, how to resolve them, and so on. I do not find them to be unfair, and I can only hope that the council's wisdom will find a path to a clearer understanding of the complaint and how to resolve them to everybody's benefit. It would be a shame to see that neighbor being forced into circumstances that would not be good for them or the neighborhood or the community, or in fact for the town of Milton. I thank you for your time. Oh,
Do we have any questions from council to Peter? Seeing none, thank you, Peter. If you could just click that button for me. Thank you. All righty, our next delegation is Gary and Andrea Thompson. Andrew Thompson. Andrew Thompson. Regarding agenda item 9.11, motion to consider vexatious complaints. You've got 5 minutes. Please approach the podium. Oh, they're downstairs. Yes, yes. Yeah, Gary and Andrea Thompson is not in the chambers, but they will be in the chambers shortly. You know what I love about this crowd? You guys are all smiling and happy. I love that. It's great. Thank you. Not yet. Not yet. Alrighty, considering that, nope. Yep. Alrighty, we will move on to our next delegation, Away Static, who will be delegating on 9.9 related to motion to consider additional residential units. Please approach the podium. I want to remind the delegation that the decision before council tonight is related to the motion for consideration relating to additional residential units, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome. Click that button.
Good evening, Mayor and Member Council. I'm here for the first time, so just if I miss anything, just guide me out. Okay, I'm here to speak about the ARUs, and you can see a lot of us are here. One of my member has already spoken about it, but I just wanted to highlight this come as a surprise to us. And I just recently finished my basement this year, not long ago, 2 months back. As soon as it's finished, an inspector come, and I now I'm receiving a ARU letter saying it has to be inspected. So as you know, the ARU have long been seen as a practical solution to increase the housing supply, provide flexible living arrangement for families, and support community growth. Okay, and many of these units have been built with our town, with the code inspection and approved by the town. Okay, like the city inspector has come and they looked at it and they approved it and did all of the stuff. Okay, and they followed all the bylaws and all that stuff. For that reason, we have like now this concern that without any information or any communication, a law was passed to do this ARUs based on the firefighting policies or something as a pilot project. Now, this has been like a concern to all of us because this is not only like hurting the investment that we made on our units, but also discouraging other people not to do such investments in future. Okay, and this is not brought into any other town. This is the first town that we have been hearing like it, and it's not only going around like in Milton. I have been hearing news from Kitchener, Barrie, and they all are telling us that what is your town doing? Like they didn't the job first time properly. Are they going to do the second time and fix it? Or are they going to do it third time and fix it? So we really need to see this. We need to have a clear guideline, clear communication that what is the need of this ARU, why the town is working. Is the town is working for the people or against the people? Right now, we see this ARU is coming as against the people because we did an investment, we followed all the rules, and now we are getting punished for that. Okay, so we want to really look at the rule as the policy said, like revised it and for now suspend it and then communicate in a better way that why we need it and then bring it back if needed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You did. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. Our next delegation is Awais Usman. Items 9.9 related to motion to consider additional residential units. Welcome, you've got 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Awais Usman, and I'm father of 3 kids, and of course, married with a beautiful wife. I live at Thompson and Dairy, Milton, of course. So a lot has been said, so I will not repeat anything. I'll just stick to the point, and I'm happen to a contractor as well. So I have some views. I also watched the video footage of the day when the resolution was passed initially, and respected councillors and everything. You guys presented the resolution. So it was a fire chief presentation as well. So I noted few things. I believe apparently that presentation was the basic force towards, just passing that whole bylaw or something. At least I had an opinion about that. So the fire chief pointed out 5 basic things related with bylaws and everything. And it was my understanding that he was trying to say that it was not in place before, maybe. And through this resolution, it's going to be implemented in a good manner. So he, just talked about fire-rated doors. He talked about smoke integrated alarms. He talked about sprinkler system and egress window. These were the things he talked about. So in my opinion, as a contractor, I think these all aspects, these all bylaws are already in place, and we daily, in any legal ARU, implement that. So this is the point which I needed to, just put on record. And of course, we have a lot of concerns about this fees and everything. That is not, it's okay, but the point is, any bylaw which is in a spirit, just being on the table, should be like in the benefit of the resident of Miltonians. That's it. I need to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ace. We have one public meeting this evening, 7.1 public meeting relating to zoning bylaw amendment applications by Milton Land for Investments Limited, York Trafalgar Properties Incorporated, and Wilfrid Laurier University. For this public meeting, I will now call on the town clerk to review the procedure for this public meeting.
Thank you. This statutory public meeting is with regard to zoning bylaw amendment application by Milton Land for Investments Limited, York Trafalgar Properties Incorporated, and Wilfrid Laurier University. Council will consider related bylaws at a future matter. If you wish to be notified of the decision about this application, you can either sign the attendance sheet, which is located at the back table within council chambers, or make a written request to the town clerk at 150 Mary Street, or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote meeting participants about this application. During the presentation, a phone number and email address will be scrolling across the live stream video for members of the public who wish to connect remotely to speak on this item. As a reminder, the phone number is 1-866-511-0021.
Thank you, and we will ask staff to provide a 5-minute presentation. To apologize, not staff, but the applicant. My apologies.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Lindsay, and I'm a junior planner with Corsiac Urban Planning. I am here today on behalf of Milton Land for Investments, Inc., York Trafalgar Properties Limited, and Wilfrid Laurier University to present the proposed development located at the legal address, part of lots 8 and 9, concession 7, new survey, geographic township of Nelson, town of Milton, regional municipality of Halton. The subject lands are located in Ward 4, adjacent to the proposed Milton Education Village, MEV. The total area encompasses 40.19 hectares and is currently being used for agricultural purposes. The subject lands are generally located north of Britannia Road between Tremaine Road and Bell School Line, northwest of the Mattamy National Cycling Center. The proposed development features an 11.73 hectare stormwater management facility, as well as one channel block, one open space block, two trail blocks, one low impact development block, and 3 buffer blocks. The stormwater management facility is intended to service the adjacent Milton Education Village lands and facilitate research opportunities for post-secondary students. The trail network will provide connectivity between the natural environment and the future urbanized Milton Education Village community. As shown in the Halton Region Official Plan Map 1 regional structure, the subject lands are designated as agricultural with a Greenbelt Natural Heritage System overlay. Moreover, as per Regional Official Plan Amendment 51, ROPA 51, the subject lands are mostly within the Milton Education Village Complementary Greenbelt Lands Policy Area. ROPA 51 was enacted to facilitate the development of the MEV lands by permitting, on a site-specific basis, green infrastructure and stormwater management facilities to support the development of the MEV community and allow for research and recreation. As shown in the Town of Milton Official Plan, Schedule A, Rural Land Use Plan, the subject lands are designated as Natural Heritage System with a Greenbelt Natural Heritage System overlay. As shown in the Town of Milton Official Plan Schedule B, Urban Area Land Use Plan, a small portion of the subject lands are designated as urban area with a Natural Heritage Systems overlay. The proposed development conforms to the policies of the Town of Milton Official Plan and no official plan amendment is required. The proposal seeks to amend Schedule A of the Rural Zoning Bylaw 144-2003 by changing the existing agricultural A1 and Greenlands AGA zone symbols to site-specific zones Greenlands A, GAXXX, and open space OSXA. This amendment will allow for conservation uses, public uses such as trail systems and low-impact recreational opportunities, stormwater management facilities, as well as research. Furthermore, the proposal seeks to amend Schedule A of the Urban Zoning Bylaw 016-2014 by changing the existing future development zone symbol to a Natural Heritage System NHS zone symbol. This change will recognize and delineate the channel lands and associated buffers. The proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendments are justified and constitute good planning. The policy analysis presented in the submitted watershed impact study, SIS, for the Milton Education Village demonstrates that a thorough review has been conducted for the proposed development. The development of the stormwater management facility, channel buffers, trail blocks, and open space block is essential for effectively managing the area as outlined in the MEV secondary plan, addressing the requirements set forth in the relevant policy frameworks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions of staff from council? The applicant, I apologize, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Question to either yourself or town staff. I've received a number of complaints in this area of the lack of drainage on Bell School Line. Is this stormwater pond going to be connected to the ditching in the immediate area? Because there has been situations where Bell School Line has flooded due to the lack of drainage in the area.
So I'm not sure at the moment, but that information.
Sorry about that. I'll go to Jill for this. Commissioner?
Through the chair to the councillor, the Bell School Line lands that you speak of are actually in a different drainage area, so they are not impacted by this new infrastructure. That being said, the town is currently undertaking a stormwater management master plan, and we will review this area in depth as part of that work.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to delegations. There are no registered delegations for this item. However, are there any members of the audience who wish to speak to this public meeting? Seeing none, I will now read the motion. The motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best that Development Service Report DS-050-25 be received for information. All in favor? And it's carried. Councillor Ali?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request to please move up items 9.9 and 9.11 so that the delegates don't have to sit through the whole meeting.
Let me just quickly see how much we've got going on here. So I've got two options. I could go ahead and make a decision on my own on this request, or I can request council to sort of make the decision for me. Councillor Best?
Just on that item, I know there is a number of people here regarding the MTO presentation. Could we at least hear that one first? Because there is some people downstairs, I believe, that are here for that presentation. And also we have MTO staff here that have a number of questions to answer.
Thank you, Councillor Best, for that. Councillor Challoner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd be agreeable to moving Councillor Ali's request to the beginning of items for consideration.
And so why don't we help both? Why don't we do the MTO and then move her up?
Well, no, I think we need to deal with the budget as well.
Say that one more time?
Yeah,
Say that one more time?
the budget needs to be dealt with as a priority as well. But
Yeah, so we'll do the presentations, and for items of consideration, we'll move that item up. How's that? Fair?
it's good.
All righty. Move on to presentations, 8.1 MTO, presentation Highway 401, Milton improvements. We have a presentation this evening from MTO representatives. Afterwards, there will be an opportunity for questions and comments from members of council. If we could pull that up, please. Yes, oh, yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sabina Murray, and I work for the Ministry of Transportation as a lead engineer projects. And this evening, myself, another member of the ministry, and our consultant team, ACOM, are here to talk to you about Highway 401 improvements in Milton, our preliminary design and EA. I'm going to pass the mic now over to Tim Sorochinski, who is our consultant project manager.
Thank you very much, Sabina. So for the agenda for today, I'd like to do a quick project overview, provide some information on study process and schedule, touch on the traffic review, which was important and instrumental in terms of identifying a justification for the proposed works, as well as we will look at providing some input in terms of the alternatives that have been presented, as well as next steps. So in terms of the project overview, MTO has retained ACOM to complete the preliminary design and class environmental assessment study for Highway 401 improvements from Steeles Avenue in Milton westerly to about 1.5 kilometers west of the Halton-Wellington boundary. The project's key objectives are to address existing operational issues on Highway 401 throughout the project limits, as well as to address future capacity needs of the 401 corridor and minimize the impacts of the project on natural, social, economic, and cultural environments. Improvements that will be investigated as part of the project include highway expansion to provide additional capacity. So that will be via the addition of additional lanes, including high occupancy vehicle lanes, HOV lanes. We will also look at improvements such as carpool lots, bridge, lighting, illumination, drainage, and interchange modifications, as well as providing accommodation for transit and active transportation. The next slide shows a graphic of the study area. So you can see it runs just to the west of the town of Milton boundary to Steeles in Milton, a distance of about 17 kilometers. And the next graphic highlights some of the adjacent MTO projects. So immediately to the west of our study is an approved preliminary design and EA study, which is to expand Highway 401 from 6 to 10 lanes, including HOV lanes. So that runs from the Halton-Wellington County boundary towards Kitchener. That was approved in 2014. And I think everybody is probably more familiar with the recently constructed Highway 401 expansion from 6 lanes to 10 or 12 lanes, including HOV lanes, through Milton and Mississauga. That's shown by the green line. And I guess our study, which falls in the middle, sort of represents the missing link, if I could say, to be able to provide a continuous 10-lane corridor for the movement of people and goods through this critical area of Highway 401. In terms of our study process, our project is following the approved planning process for Group B projects under the MTO's Class Environmental Assessment for Provincial Transportation Facilities. Public Information Center number 1 occurred in June of 2025, and a second PIC will be held during the study to provide interested parties with the opportunity to discuss the study and to provide input to the project team. There have been approximately 14, or there will be 14 studies that will be completed as part of our environmental overview. They will all be summarized in the Transportation Environmental Study Report, which will be published at the end of the study. Some of the 14 studies include fish and fish habitats, terrestrial, noise assessment, agricultural assessment, built heritage and cultural heritage landscapes, and air quality, to name a few. And the next slide basically shows our study schedule. Very center of the graphic is a small yellow circle with a star. That's where we are now. That's actually our Public Information Center number 1. We're just past that. So the next steps in the study are basically to evaluate and select our preferred alternatives. They will be presented at our next Public Information Center in early 2026. And then the study ends with the completion of the Transportation Environmental Study Report, and that will be provided and be made available for public comment. The next slide shows a couple graphics characterizing the results of our traffic capacity review. The top graphic represents existing traffic conditions. The bottom graphic shows 2041 traffic conditions. And the colors basically represent good, moderate to bad. The orange is sort of a moderate traffic flow. The deeper the red color represents a worsening traffic flow. So currently, our observation and our analysis shows that from Guelph Line easterly, traffic is starting to move fairly slowly. It's sort of what's characterized as an unstable flow, meaning that any type of accident or breakdown could represent or could result in significant delays along that the corridor. So if we don't do any improvements along the study area by 2041, the color intensifies to such a point where we basically have a stop and go environment along Highway 401 all the way from Kitchener-Cambridge right into Milton. And there'll be excessive delays experienced with that level of service. And the next graphic basically shows traffic conditions at one of the key interchanges that is a subject of our alternatives. It's at Guelph Line. So again, the levels of service or the way the traffic behaves at these intersections range from really good, where you have a green color, to medium, yellow-orange, again, to really poor operating conditions when you have the red and the deep red. So currently we are seeing some operational challenges at the westbound Guelph Line interchange ramp. And you can see in the bottom graphic, the future 2041, if nothing is done, it'll just become a whole lot worse, and will be excessive congestion at that intersection with the queues potentially spilling right onto Highway 401. The other intersections along Reed Side Road, specifically Reed Side Road and the ramp intersections, they also will deteriorate operation-wise as we move towards 2041. And now I'll turn the presentation over to Jeff Coy, who will basically provide a summary of the alternatives we looked at for the study, as well as next steps. Jeff?
Hey, thank you, Tim. So in order to address the project's key objectives, the team's developed alternatives for the three main components shown on the screen there. First, we have Highway 401 mainline widening alternatives. Next, we have first line Nascawea bridge replacement alternatives. And then finally, Guelph line interchange improvement alternatives. Next slide, please. Could we advance the slide, please? Thanks. So first, we're showing here the mainline widening alternatives. The graphic on the right shows some typical cross sections. The top cross section shows the existing cross section of Highway 401 with the 6 existing lanes. And then the subsequent 3 cross sections are showing the expanded cross section with 4 general purpose lanes and 1 HOV lane in each direction. The first of which is alternative A, which is to widen equally about the center line. That would generally provide equal expansion of the highway footprint on either side of the highway. Alternative B is widening to the north, which would generally expand the highway footprint to the north. And then alternative C is widening to the south, which would generally expand the highway footprint to the south. Next slide, please. In order to evaluate the widening alternatives, we can break the corridor within our study area up into a number of sections to apply the best cross section in any given section of the highway. Our first section that we'll be evaluating alternatives within is section 1, which starts at the west study limit in the Millboro Town Line area, extending to Second Line Twist Road. Section 2 extends from Second Line Twist Road to just east of the Guelph Line interchange. Section 3 from east of the Guelph Line interchange to just west of Kelso Lake. Section 4 through the Kelso Lake area, and then Section 5 through the more developed areas just to the east of Kelso Lake, up until just east of Regional Road 25, where the cross section is already fully widened. Next slide, please. Next, we have these first line Nascawea bridge replacement alternatives. The first being alternative A, which is to replace the bridge on the existing alignment. It's important to just note that there's no access to the highway at Nascawea first line. This is simply a bridge replacement, so these are primarily focused on the alignment of the new bridge. So again, alternative A is replacement on the existing alignment. That minimizes expansion of the road footprint. But it does require full closure of traffic on first line during construction. Next, we have alternative B, which is a realignment to the east. This expands the roadway footprint to the east and provides an opportunity to maintain two-way traffic on first line through the majority of construction duration. Similarly, alternative C is a full realignment to the west, which expands the footprint to the west and also provides an opportunity to maintain two-way traffic throughout the majority of the duration of construction. Finally, we have alternative D, which is a minor realignment to the west. This allows us to limit expansion of the roadway footprint, but traffic is reduced to a single lane during construction, or at least for a large part of construction, to allow for a staged bridge replacement in pieces. Next slide, please. Thank you. And finally, we have our Guelph Line interchange improvement alternatives. There are 4 in total. This slide shows the first 2. So we start with alternative A, which is a fairly similar configuration to the existing configuration. One thing to note of this area is the significant constraint of the community of Campbellville, just south of this interchange, as well as the close proximity of Reed Side Road. Also, in addition to that, there's wetlands surrounding the interchange area to the north and to the west. So it presents a unique challenge to identifying configurations for this interchange. The first alternative A seeks to provide a similar configuration to existing. Still, obviously, the eastbound off-ramp interaction with Reed Side Road, but the the remaining ramps of the interchange are modified to be more in line with current highway safety and geometric standards. Next, we have alternative B, which also continues to have interaction between the highway ramps and Reed Side Road. In this particular alternative, Reed Side Road is realigned away from its existing alignment, closer to the highway and away from the community to the south. Of course, that does provide a discontinuous alignment for Reed Side Road, forcing traffic through through a right turn to continue along. But it does continue to interact with the ramps at that intersection. On the north side of the highway in both these alternatives, it's worth noting that the configuration is the same as existing, just with improved geometrics, and we call that an A4 style interchange, which provides a very high order of operations. Next slide, please. Now, the next two alternatives seek to provide some higher order operation configurations. The first of which here in alternative C is the A4 consideration on both sides. Sorry, the A4 configuration on both sides of the highway. That allows very good operations with full moves connections directly between the side road and Highway 401, rather than having the ramps interacting with any other roadway alignments. That alternative, though, does require realignment of Reed Side Road to the north side of the highway on a new structure, so that it can intersect with Guelph Line opposite the westbound off-ramp intersection. Alternative D is a diverging diamond style interchange, which again provides a high order of operations, full moves directly between the highway and Guelph Line. But in order to maintain a connection to Reed Side Road, that interchange and highway would need to be realigned towards the north to provide the necessary separation between the intersection and the ramps. Next slide, please. Now, this table shows the evaluation criteria that the project team intends to use to evaluate all of our project alternatives. These include, under the transportation cost category, traffic operations and safety, geometrics, constructability, cost, utility impacts. Under the natural environment category, we'll be looking at impacts to terrestrial environment, species at risk, fish and fish habitat, groundwater and surface water. Under the socioeconomic environment category, impacts to land use, traffic noise, air quality, aesthetics, property impacts, agricultural operations, and soils management. And then under the cultural environments, impacts to archaeological resources and built heritage and cultural heritage landscapes. Next slide, please. So our next steps in this project. Currently, our project team is responding to comments that have been received on and after PIC 1. Notably, these comments and questions have included such things as traffic noise, additional consultation opportunities, design alternatives, property impacts, traffic, and then EA study and project timing. Of course, after this meeting, we intend to review any comments that we receive here, and then we would generally proceed to assess and evaluate our project's alternatives using the evaluation criteria we just went over, and select our preferred alternative. Once our preferred alternative is selected, we'd be confirming the preliminary property requirements and environmental impacts, and developing mitigation measures for those. And then all that would be presented at the second PIC, which, as we saw earlier, is tentatively scheduled for early next year. And of course, throughout, we intend to have ongoing consultation with Indigenous communities, the public, stakeholders, municipalities, and agencies. So that concludes our presentation. Thanks for the opportunity to come and present this.
Thank you for presenting. Before we move to questions and comments, I will first read the motion. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best that the MTO presentation Highway 401 Milton improvements be received for information. All in favor? Oh, question. All right. Any comments or questions for the presenter? Councillor Best?
Yes, just questions first. Thank you for the study team for your presentation. Just a few questions from residents. When will you be getting back to residents regarding the answers to the June 12th webcast? Because I've talked to a number of people and they haven't received any answers.
Yes, thanks for that question. There have been a fairly high volume of comments received, many of which were fairly complex, requiring input from a number of members of our technical team. So we are taking the necessary time to prepare those responses. Sabina, did you have something to add?
No, you covered that quite succinctly. Thanks, Jeff.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll be this year. Second question, what is the estimated construction and completion timeline?
Currently, this project is not programmed beyond environmental assessment and preliminary design phase. We do have a public 5-year program that indicates construction projects, and that program is continuously reviewed and projects are prioritized. And that's the best information I can give you right now.
Okay, just a supplemental to that one. What is your typical time between doing the environmental assessment and design to an actual construction and completion?
Typically, once an EA is approved, if the next phase of design and construction is programmed and we do have budgeting and approval for it, it's started pretty much right after that.
Okay, last question. One resident asked, are you going to get back to them regarding the social and economic land use, cultural heritage notices, and also notices to residents? Because as you mentioned, there is a lot of complicated ones, but a lot of concerns from residents in this area.
All comments that we received during the study process will be responded to, and we apologize for how long it is taking to get back to people who were at our Public Information Center and provided those comments during that time. But please rest assured we will be getting back to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have some comments after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Moving to Councillor Challoner.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. During the discussions with the widening of the highway in 2021-22, there was a request by this council for noise barriers adjacent to the residential areas that would separate them from the highway. And there are other parts of the province of Ontario where on Highway 401 there are noise barriers, on the QEW there are noise barriers, etc. Highway 403. And we didn't get a response. I know we were headed into the pandemic at that point during the public meetings. And so I'll ask again, there are residential areas that are quite close to the highway in Ward 1 and Ward 2. And is there a plan at this point, consideration of noise barriers?
So I can answer that. So the impacts of noise associated with those recent improvements were reviewed as part of the Highway 401 expansion in Mississauga to Milton. That project's environmental assessment and construction recently completed, resulting in the expansion of Highway 401 from 6 lanes to 10 or 12 lanes, including HOV. The associated design and construction report is available for public comment. And as part of this study, we are undertaking a noise assessment that looks at existing conditions and then based on traffic numbers, projected noise increase. And the ministry does have a noise policy which does spell out when noise mitigation is required based on those numbers.
Just to follow up on that point, and I appreciate your response. Is there anything that you think that you'd like to see from Milton Council or town staff with respect to the noise barrier discussion? You know, are you looking for a motion for us or some sort of additional meeting to have a further discussion and share further information? What would you prefer?
If you have information you would like to share with us, we'd be welcome to receiving that. And if you have any other comments, you can follow up with myself or through our project website, and we'll get back to you with our comments.
Okay. My second question is around directed shaded lighting. And this was also a request that was made during the first expansion in the early 20s. Never heard back as to what you finally had decided to do. I have to admit that I have not received a lot of complaints about lighting, but I have received obviously a lot of complaints about noise. And so I'm wondering, are you looking at a specific lighting solution as you go through this process?
Yes, we will be looking at specific lighting requirements within the project limits, and in developing the lighting design, mitigation measures to minimize light trespass will be identified. For example, location, pole height, shielding of luminaires, etc. The exact details about the type of lighting that will go in, that's something that the next phase of design will be identifying.
Okay. And like the other question, is there anything that you want from us in the way of additional information through staff or by resolution of council?
I'm not entirely sure to answer that beyond what I answered with respect to noise.
Okay, that's fine. My third question, Mr. Chairman, is around signage, and one of our staff, Andy Scott, did a pretty good job, in my opinion, with improving the signage both west and east of Milton in the first phase of the widening in the early 20s. There are still some things that need to be done. And are you looking at the signage situation today in this other area with a view to making any enhancements?
We're open to requests from municipalities to identify where they feel additional signage for their municipality should be. And I believe I recall seeing a letter, I'm not sure if it was from council or staff, requesting Town of Milton signage at one of the interchanges. I think our traffic office did provide a response to that.
Okay, good. My assumption is that through this process, our staff will be engaged with you on that question again. There are a couple questions I've got, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the highway itself. And as anybody who drives west on Highway 401 knows, as you're heading up towards the Campbellville Side Road, there are some blind spots. And it does create an issue for traffic movement. And I don't know if you're aware of that. I suspect you are. And I'm wondering is it something that you're contemplating as part of the redesign of the highway moving forward?
Yeah, when we look at this design, we do an operational assessment, and it does give an opportunity to make improvements as needed. Jeff, do you have anything further to add to that?
No, I mean, that was generally the gist of it. As you noted, the operational assessment does include a number of safety considerations, flagging any concerns, and those would be sought to, or we would look to addressing those through our geometric work once we're designing the preferred alternative. Some of those, in fact, are even considerations within the evaluation of the general alternatives. So it is something that is looked at as part of the study.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the second question on that particular area is also grade. I don't know if you're looking at grade of the road through that section. You tend to see, even with a minimal amount of precipitation on the road, large trucks sliding, having difficulty even with good tires on to get up that section of the 401. And I don't know if you're looking at that as well in terms of the grade.
Jeff, could you answer that?
Yeah, absolutely. Grade will certainly be looked at as well once we get into a bit more fine detail. We have done some initial review of that area and are aware of the steeper grade in that area relative to the rest of the study area. So when we are designing our widening, we will be taking a look at opportunities to improve that.
Okay, I have two questions left, Mr. Chairman. hours of operation. What is the plan at this point? Have you contemplated what hours of operation you'll be doing construction along that section?
That's a detail that generally gets established at the next phase of design when they start doing what we call detailed design, which is coming up with specs and for each of the highway infrastructure features. I'm not sure what else to say, Jeff.
Yeah,
there
I
something?
think you covered it. Yeah,
Okay,
there's
yeah.
really, yeah, at this time, that's not something that's really considered at the EA level. It would be reviewed in more detail. It would begin sort of towards the end of our preliminary design where we would be looking at preliminary traffic management, but that's something that gets looked at in more detail in detailed design.
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question is you might imagine as soon as the widening was completed, the roadway was full. It's a busy section of Highway 401, and so hours of operation are going to be, I think, a factor in terms of your construction activity, just because of the level of road activity typically during the day and into the evening. The last question, Mr. Chairman, is with respect to taking the traffic off the road and using, alternate ways of getting traffic, of moving traffic either east or west because of construction activity. Is there any plan to do that, or do you believe that you can route traffic through the existing roadbed as you undertake construction?
The purpose of this project is to look at improvements to flow on Highway 401. There could be parallel studies by transit agencies to look at getting traffic off the road. But the role of our project is how do we keep traffic moving on Highway 401?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Challoner. Mayor Krantz.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. One question. 413 would appear that it's going ahead, and it's my understanding that at some point in the 401, whether it's in the Milton area or west or east of us, it's going to intersect. And I just wonder aloud if provisions are being made, when this happens for this new alignment and or realignment.
It's my understanding that that connection is outside of our study limits. As we terminate on the east side, just west of Regional Road 25.
Okay, so there is no connection to the best of your knowledge on 401 when you say, will it be west of Milton where that may happen?
I would have to honestly look that up. Maybe Tim, you could speak to that. You have more knowledge than I do.
Sure. The Highway 413, the future Highway 413 will actually tie in on the Milton-Mississauga boundary where the 407 interchange connects with 401. That will be the tie-in point for 413. And most of the work that you see for the widening of Highway 401 through Milton-Mississauga to 10 and 12 lanes, that was widened to basically be able to accommodate the additional lanes and traffic that's expected to come through the area to enter Highway 413.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. Any further questions? Councillor Best?
I'll just comments now unless anyone else has any questions.
If no questions, Councillor Best, comments?
Okay, just two quick comments to the study team. You're looking for feedback. As the ward councillor, I received a number of comments and concerns from residents. First one regarding the first line bridge. I've got a number of people in the agricultural area which this serves, as well as concerns about emergency access, requests that any alternatives you have the roadway open at all times if you go either to the east or west rather than closing it. By closing it, you would cause a severe concern in the area. Regarding Guelph Line, the only one I could see is a modified alternative D, because the other three either have got probably the weirdest looking intersections I've ever seen, or else they're going to go through either a wetland or an existing business that has been there for a number of years. So if you could minimize the environmental and also the confusing. People are confused enough with roundabouts, let alone interchanges that are not common. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. All in favor? And it's carried. We will move on to staff report ES-042-25, budget call report. We have one presentation this evening from the town's CFO, Glenn Cohen. Afterwards, there will be an opportunity for questions and comments from members of council. Glenn?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. I'll just start when the presentation is up. Actually, I can speak a little bit before as we're waiting for it. This is really a continuation of what we've already started earlier this year. We did have workshops in March and then again in June. And actually, when we have a chance, Greta, we'll just jump right to the second slide that talks timeline. So I think the information you'll find in tonight's budget call report is really a continuation of a lot of the information that we've already been looking at and reviewing. And the process from here on in is very familiar at this point, in that, you know, with the direction that we received tonight, with the direction that the mayor will confirm in the months to come, we'll be back again with a public report in November, followed by a workshop at the end of November, and then ultimately in council chambers on December 1st. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker, don't I? All right. Public engagement did begin already in terms of the Let's Talk Milton page, and we have included a number of comments, 136 in total in the report that's in front of you. We've also included the summary from the last public engagement survey. This is the last budget that will use that previous survey. We'll be doing an update next year, and you can expect the results there. Again, typically the reason we went to a multi-year approach to that was because of the consistency, specifically on the budget, at least in terms of the responses, but we'll have a chance to reassess that next year when we see the updates. And as always, there's opportunities for delegation similar to the one you heard earlier tonight, and then again in December when we're back in front of council for the final decisions. This is the second year that we'll be reflecting the multi-year financial strategy, which talks about a target range in terms of the total property tax increase until certain objectives are met. There is a report card included in the report tonight that talks about the progress that was made in the first year. For things like the elimination of the stabilization reserve, we made about 10% progress there. In terms of the funding reductions for the larger ones like infrastructure, it was around a 2% progress. In other ones, it ranged from around 10 to 20%, again, depending on the size. And then in terms of the comparators with other municipalities, we held steady in our first year. There are a number of considerations outlined in the report. The report itself is really a mini version of the strategic overview section of the budget book. I'm not going to touch on all the topics tonight, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have them on the various considerations. Certainly the budget will be aligned with the strategic plan and a number of the strategies that have been improved through things like master plans as councils approve them over the years. With respect to the forecasted pressures, certainly we've seen a number of these before. They've been front and center in some of our recent budget processes. Things like inflation, which is still above what the long-term normal would be, but it is certainly lower than what we've seen in the recent years. We still need to focus on some of those targets that we talked about in the multi-year strategy. And we do continue to see investment in growth in the community and the new assets that the town acquires with subdivision approvals, and also with our priority investments, transit and fire being two areas where we're still implementing those master plans. When you take those pressures and turn them into the dollar figures and percentages, this is a high-level summary of what next year looks like, at least as far as what we're estimating at this time. A reminder again that these are high-level estimates at this stage. The work that's already begun and that we'll work through the fall is really to go through in a lot more detail and validate and refine assumptions before we come back at the end of the year. You can see here, though, based on current estimates, that we're projecting at the local level around a 7.94% pressure for next year. Part of that being inflation. When we talk about base adjustment, that's usually implementing things that have been approved in prior years. Growth related, a lot of that is infrastructure related, whether we're constructing it or assuming it. And then assessment growth here, you can notice as well, it will be a higher assessment growth year than what we've had in recent years. I'd say 3% is probably on the conservative end. We're going to work on refining that number in the fall, but we do expect a little bit of relief in the form of assessment growth, more than what we've seen, at least in this term of council. When combined with the region and school boards, which again are just estimates at this stage, we do think it's around a 5.2% overall pressure on the total tax rate, subject to what happens ultimately in their budgets. Now, the figure you're seeing here, the 7.94, it is a little bit lower than what we've been talking about in recent budget call reports. That's in part a reflection of the workshops that we had and the refinement that we understood from council as we worked through those workshops to start to move closer earlier in the process to where council may want to eventually land in terms of a final tax rate setting process. So some of the things we did a little earlier in the process, some of the pressures about the stabilization reserve and the infrastructure deficit, we've been a little more proactive at the time of budget call to scale back the degree that will move forward on those for next year. That would certainly occur in December, but we reflected that right now in the estimates that you see. We've also included at this stage the additional revenue from the equity fund that was talked about earlier. And we've also made some changes earlier to the amount of resources that are anticipated. So with that, that is the recommendation at this point of staff is, and again, it's a recommendation for council. Council is really making a recommendation to the mayor, and then we'll come back with a budget package in November. So we are recommending at 7.94%, which would come out to an estimated of 5.2 in total, on the basis that it would allow for some progress on the multi-year targets. It might allow for some investment in those priority areas. I say might because we still need to work through final details of all the other pressures and program areas. And as we heard, it would move us to a lower number than what we've seen in recent years, where typically at the local level, we've been more in the 9.9% range for the last 2 years. There are a number of options available to council, and we're certainly happy to take the direction the council gives us. This is a fairly simple graphic that just talks about the translation from the local property tax rate, which you see along the bottom here, if it were to range between 6.5% and 9.5%, to what we think the total tax rate might do. And in this case, that range would be around 4.5 to 5.8. Again, we've looked at this in the context of the multi-year financial plan. With what's recommended, it would be right around the middle of this range as it's presented here. There are alternatives, and certainly council can give us the direction that it sees fit, regardless of the where on that range or how council would like to arrive there. One alternative that if council did want to bring the number lower, maybe to look at some of the degree that we're reducing some of those funding pressures. So for example, to withhold further reduction to the infrastructure deficit, or to continue funding more of the operating costs from stabilization. That is an option that would bring the local pressure down to 7.16 and the estimated total to around 4.8. This wasn't recommended from staff, as you note there, just in consideration of the multi-year strategy, but it certainly is an option that council may want to consider. In terms of comparables, you've seen similar graphics to this one before. The town's around 18% lower on the total tax rate for your average two-story home. And on the local level, it's around a 25 to 30% differential on the local portion only. And there's other visuals in the budget book itself, which will touch on other classes like commercial, industrial, for council to consider. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we move on to questions and comments, I will first read the motion. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, that the mayor be requested to consider the following when preparing the 2026 budget for council considerations, that the 2026 capital and operating budgets and forecasts be prepared in alignment with the town's council approved strategic plans and long-term studies. For example, the strategic plan, official plan, asset management plan, fiscal impact studies, master plans, and etc. That the 2026 operating budget be presented with a local residential property tax increase of 7.94%, estimated to result in a total tax rate increase of 5.20%, including the regional and education portion of the levy. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Challoner?
Yeah, the first thing, just as a point of clarification, I would prefer that my name was not attached to the motion. If somebody else wants to move it instead of me, that would be fine.
Sure, we will go ahead and remove your name, and I will add, I need a mover. You're a seconder?
Yeah.
You want to go to the mover? Okay, yeah. I need a seconder.
So then, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colin, for doing that.
Mayor, Grants.
So my questions. I am one who would prefer to see a budget that was much lower, and no surprise to anybody here. I think, as a start, I think, probably between the net, high threes, low fours. So it's probably another $1 million that we need to find in terms of the budget itself. So my questions, Mr. Chairman, are around, when you look at at the budget possibilities, you provided some here, some thoughts. I'm a little bit concerned about some of them because I think, Glenn, you know how I feel about putting money aside for infrastructure. I think it's pretty important, and I think there's other things that we can do. So at this point, have we taken a really hard look at some of our discretionary spending? As we've had the discussion in the past. It's a $36 to $40 million line item, and are we going to kind of see the information that I'm assuming we're going to have another workshop that we can kind of go through that and understand what that is? That's the first question. So.
Happy to answer. Yes, we will bring forward that same degree of detail in terms of those purchased goods and services. Part of the process before that will be staff going through. That's the process we're in now, with staff going through and vetting the individual lines and relating them to the services that we're currently delivering. So that will be part of the process. In terms of dollar values, just to give some order of magnitudes, and so again, depending on whether it's 3 to 4% on the local or whether it's on the blended, every percent change in the local is around 1.15 million. So to get to a local number around the 3% range, or actually on the blended, I believe the number is around 4.5 million we'd have to change by.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that it be low threes. I'm suggesting high threes to low fours. Because where you are with inflation is almost 3%. So the second thing is, I'm going to be asking you at some point to identify some projects that potentially could be moved out that have significant operating budget impacts. Could they be done, 12 months from now as opposed to next year? And then the third question I'm going to ask you is, in due time, is about our hiring. So, are there positions, potential positions you're looking at that could wait or come, midway through the year, so the impact is perhaps less than it is today? And we won't know what we have to replace, but should we be taking a hard look at that and moving that out possibly as well into 2027?
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. So on a couple of those points, from a capital perspective, we are certainly looking at that now in terms of timing of capital projects. In some instances, it is a matter of looking at deferral if it makes sense from a program delivery perspective. In others, and one example here is with transit, where what the numbers you see in the report reflect continuing with potentially the procurement of some new transit, given the amount of time it takes to acquire them, while deferring the operating impact for things like life cycle transfer. So we look at a combination of both true deferrals and then other ones where it's more on the funding side. From a staffing perspective, we've taken a very similar approach. The numbers you see here are already scaled back from what was in last year's forecast. There is a small provision in there, and we are going through the process now of looking at the needs in the organization. That list is still larger than the provision that's made here. So depending on the direction of council, we still have some work to do to reduce the gap between those two.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to the workshop. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and you really did come down with the lower numbers, so appreciate that. Having said that, whenever I see any staff gapping, I get very concerned. And so my question is that there is some deferred staffing needs that are anticipated. And so my question is, which services are most at risk of being stretched if staffing doesn't keep pace with Milton's rapid growth?
The specific response, I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of our commissioners. They certainly know their programs better than I would, but that is inherent in our process, is when we have a funding target, to come back to council with the information on the options. And that's where we talk in the budget book about whether council would like to make further investments or whether council would like to find additional savings. We try to frame up in areas that council has either shown interest or gives direction what some of those considerations and implications would be. So for the purpose of tonight's discussion, I would certainly not want to speak on behalf of the commissioners, but we do bring back a consolidated viewpoint of that for council when we get into debating the final areas of investment or constraint.
Thank you. One of the other things that I saw in the report is that it suggests extending the life cycle of some transit assets from 12 to 18 years. And I just want to make sure that we have any safeguards in place to ensure the safety and reliability of these assets.
Yes, and that's certainly part of the consideration, and part of the method that we're able to extend the total life is through things like midlife refurbishment and investments during the life cycle of those assets, because they are monitored on an ongoing basis for performance to ensure exactly what your concern relates to.
Thank you. Last question is that only 136 people provided direct feedback on the budget through the Let's Talk Milton, despite having 2,000 plus visits. How can we expand this to at least be even 1/4 of the visits instead of 136? What can we do more?
I'd want to take that one back with our communications from the perspective of what is a normal ratio. Some people may be there of interest, not necessarily thinking to contribute, or they may see what their concern is already reflected. It might be, and it's something I can take away from this discussion, to talk about when we are using that platform, how does that relate to what we maybe see in some of the other engagements, and what is the right target mix? We are starting to present, this is the first year that we've been able to include upfront the activity levels, and that's why you see it referenced. As I know that was a speaking point from last year's budget process. And although I suspect we'll see a little bit of a quiet period now, we typically do see an uptick again when we do release the budget in November. So we will take that one away when we come back in November and December in the final report, to lend a little more context to that.
Thank you. Final comment is that it's not remiss on me, it's not missed on me to notice that majority of the commentary is asking for more services. Thank you.
Mayor Krantz.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, as the report and resolution mentions, that the mayor be requested to consider the following when preparing the 2026 budget for council consideration. Glenn and I have met on the budget, and I want to make it very clear once again that it'll be the majority of council that'll make these decisions, because he's well aware that I have no intentions of using the strong mayor's powers on giving direction, and I do not even attempt to micromanage what staff, in their opinion, think is appropriate to present to council. So nothing's going to change as far as I'm concerned. So it'll be majority decision as to what we do or what we don't do when it comes to budget, in a month's time or so. So not a question, just a comment. So my colleagues are well aware. And I suspect we'll be at full complement when we make this decision in December. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. Councillor Best.
Thank you for recognizing me.
I apologize for that, Councillor Best.
I understand you had a busy week last week. Just in all seriousness, Glenn, I appreciate your presentation. I sympathize with the other speakers because we have to work on these challenges we have ahead of us. You mentioned about the assessment rate between yourself and the development commissioner. Do you have an estimated population growth, as our delegation mentioned, that we have an increased population growth, but not the revenue growth, as you're mentioning?
We do, in between census periods, we maintain an internal tracking mechanism where we're relating things like the permit approvals to using things like the average people per unit to come up with our own, and then we anchor it back to the census numbers when they're released. So I don't have the 2026 number in front of me here. We can certainly circulate that with council, but we would be able to, when we come back with the full budget, give you an estimate and a specific number as to what the population might be next year.
I appreciate that, because I agree with Councillor Challoner. It's a real juggling act for you, and my sympathies to you and your staff for trying to come up with something that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Kalki.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Thanks, Glenn, for the presentation. Just wanted to ask if you could please repeat and just re-emphasize the rationale behind the pressures we're facing, which has stemmed and resulted in this increase.
Sure. And then they are similar to what we've seen in recent budgets, where if we look at kind of really the 4 or 5 main drivers of where it's coming from. Inflation certainly is a factor, and eventually it will normalize, but infrastructure is a large component of our operations, and it's typically been above what normal CPI has been for the last few years. We are also investing in areas that align with council priorities and master plans. Transit and fire too. Technology has been another one in recent years as well, where we've made some really important investments from an organizational and community standpoint. Infrastructure is certainly one, whether it's infrastructure we're building or infrastructure that we're assuming. Even if we're not making progress necessarily as originally envisioned on things like the infrastructure deficit, we have been really consistent following town policy on new assets to make sure we don't make the deficit any larger. So those are really the main areas that drive a lot of the figures when we talk about pressures and increases. The last one I should mention is that last one about the stabilization reserve that right now we're continuing to use around $1.5 million a year of that reserve for ongoing costs. Eventually, we do need to phase that out. We have been fortunate in the at least last year and expected to be this year, where if we result in a surplus at year end, we're able to replenish that right away. But over the long term, we'll want to phase that out.
Thanks, Glenn. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, just another comment there as well. You mentioned in your comparison slide there of other municipalities in our neighboring communities and the difference in tax rate. Do you have that in a percentage by chance of how low our tax rate is compared to them, even with this projection? An update on that?
Not with the projection, just because we're not sure yet where exactly they'll end up. We have seen what their estimates are, but it's still early. But on a total basis for the residential class, it's around on the total with region and school board, around an 18% difference. And then if you just look at the lower portion to our lower tier municipal comparators, we're generally between 25 to 30% lower.
Okay, thanks for that, Again, last point there is just, I'm obviously heavily involved in the area that I represent. And what I can say, is that it's important to have that balance between affordability and expectation for services. I do often overwhelmingly receive more feedback and comments from residents in relation to service level enhancements. So that is something that I would like to see as in terms of options when the budget comes back to us for consideration. At the same time, appreciating that we need to ensure that the tax rate is maintaining that level of affordability when we decide what that final budget will be. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much for all your hard work, Glenn. Councillor Marshall.
Just following up on what Councillor Kalki had said, can you give me an estimate as to a dollar value for the 18%?
I could, if I can just go back to my seat, there's a graph in the slide deck. If we just want to bring that up again, that's probably the quickest way to see the dollar difference there. Pardon me, if we just go to the very last slide before the question slide, we'll just use that graph to. Sorry, the one with the blue bar chart at the bottom there. So really, it's around Burlington and Halton Hills being the average. You can see that we are just under $200. Sorry, more than that, $1,200 in the total tax rate. This is for the average two-story home. Obviously, the scale would look differently if we were talking condos versus industrial, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Really appreciate it. All in favor? And it's carried.
Mr. Chairman, there was a question asked by Councillor Ali about the results that we've received with the survey, and typically in the market, 1 to 5% is typical percentage of the number of people who responded. 10% is exceptional. So judge it on that basis.
10%, 200. Thank you.
And for the record, I didn't vote for the motion, as you know. So
it was carried. We will move on to items for consideration. We will bump up motion to consider additional residential units. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall. The motion is published in the agenda, and staff can now pull this motion up and on the chamber screens. I will now read the motion, moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall. Whereas the town of Milton recently passed a bylaw requiring registration and re-inspection of additional residential units, ARUs, and whereas concerns have been raised by residents regarding the retroactive application of this bylaw to ARUs that were previously built to code, inspected, and approved by the town. And whereas the intent of Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, is to reduce barriers and support the creation of additional housing units across Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back as soon as possible on options to grandfather all previously approved and inspected ARUs from the new registration and reinspection requirements while maintaining a registry based on existing town records, and that the implementation of compliance deadlines in notices sent to residents be temporarily suspended until this report is received and council has provided further direction. And further that once council direction has been received, a public information session be scheduled to ensure clear communication, address confusion, and provide residents with an opportunity to ask questions and receive consistent answers. I will call on the mover and the seconder for their introductory remarks. Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody here heard the delegates, and I want to thank the delegates for coming out and speaking. It's never easy to share your thoughts in front of a big audience, so I respect that immensely. And as for my comments, over the past few weeks, I've had many conversations with residents about the ARU bylaw. What I've heard most is not resistance to safety or accountability, but concern about clarity in how the process is unfolding, particularly when homeowners followed the rules, went through inspections, and built to code. It is understandable that they would feel uneasy being asked to repeat steps or pay again. And with my back and forth with the respective staff, it was unclear to me as well on what the difference was between a planning, permit, fire inspection, and this one. What this motion asks is quite simple. Let's look at options and ask for a pause on compliance deadlines while council reviews these options to give families some peace of mind. And of course, once we have direction, clear and consistent communication will make all the difference. An information session would allow us to answer questions directly and alleviate any future confusion. At its heart, this is about building trust. If we can find a balanced approach that keeps units safe while avoiding additional process for those who have done everything right, I believe we'll be serving both the spirit of the law and the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. So similar to Councillor Ali, I've received a number of complaints about the ARUs. And so the most complaints that I've received have been in relation to residents feeling penalized for having to pay for things that they understood had already been paid for through a building permit process. And similar to comments from Councillor Ali, I'd requested a number of clarification and continue to seek clarification, which I think I've finally received this evening, moments before our council meeting started, which makes this job very difficult, because if we're not able to clearly understand what is going on and we're getting concerns from residents, it obviously is confusing for the residents who are then being told that they need to comply with certain things. So I think the heart of this motion is to get some clarification, and the clarification was to come through a further staff report that at least looked at possibilities for grandfathering previously approved legal permitted ARUs. And so my understanding was that things that were happening were similar. Let's go so far as to say the same. And I would like to explore that with staff to have a clear and concise understanding as to what exactly is being inspected, what is being inspected, so that compliance can happen. I'm also of the opinion that being able to build a space for someone else to live in comes with great responsibility. It adds additional people to a space that was originally built in most circumstances for a single family home. That means that there is additional use on infrastructure. And as always, as is in Ward 4, additional parking. And with additional parking comes different additional complaints. And so these sorts of things all need to be considered and clearly laid out so that we can consider whether or not there should be a grandfathering, or perhaps there's a reason that there shouldn't be a grandfathering. But I think that some clarity from staff would be very helpful in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. We do have an amendment on this motion, but before we move on to the amendment, is there any council members who wish to speak? All righty. Councillor Kalki.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Maybe now is an appropriate time to get an answer for Councillor Marshall's question in relation to her comments.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah.
Can we? Sorry. Was there a question, Councillor Marshall?
So the purpose of the motion was to find some clarity, because a lot of residents were approaching saying that they didn't understand why there was an additional fee for what they understood to be the same inspection. And so if we could get some clarity from our fire chief or from our commissioners as to the difference between what inspections are happening, I think that will bode well.
Sure. So the building inspection, the permits and the registration, you're looking for a clarity on those two.
So many of the residents has gone through a legal permitting process to build, for example, a basement.
Sure.
And so the ARU registry requires a further inspection. And so some residents have been under the impression that the things being inspected are the same thing, and therefore they're paying for the same thing twice.
That's a great question. Chief or Commissioner?
Oh, I love that you called me chief.
Chief's good too.
Through you, I think the chief and I will probably tag team this one, if that's okay with council. So I appreciate that there's some confusion, and I know as part of our 3-year pilot project that staff have made many attempts to provide further clarity on the program, because there definitely is confusion, because when we're hearing language like re-inspection, obviously people think it's inspection about the same thing, when really as staff we view it as 2 different inspections, and the chief will speak to that. Phase 1 brought the ARUs that we knew about, so those with building permits, into compliance. So there was 1,800 of those units. To date, 117 have already come into compliance, meaning they've registered and they've received an inspection, and the chief will speak more to maybe what some of the things that we've seen as part of those inspections and the types of things that they look for. And there's another 800 that have registered that are still waiting for their inspections to be scheduled. So just to provide some context in terms of, I think, the uptake, so to speak. And like any new program, we have learned a lot of things. We've updated our communications, and we will continue to do so. We extended the compliance dates, understanding that people were still confused about the process, to provide them some opportunities to ask some more questions. And the biggest piece in the communication being the building fee and what that included and the inspection that went along with that versus the ARU registry, and that is a separate process. So chief will comment on that. But essentially, he'll speak to this, but it's really proving that the program is doing what was intended to, which really is to help support the life safety element. So chief, I'll turn it over to you then.
Thank you. Through the chair, maybe I'll start with the difference between the building code and the fire code, because that seems to be a lot of questions for everybody. So they're 2 separate distinct codes. They are complementary. The building code is specifically on how something is built, and that inspection is on how it's built. So that could be the thickness of the drywall, the fire rating on the door, etc. So that's what the building code is. That's done upon completion. You get your building permit. What we've done with the ARU registry is we also have a fire code inspection as well. The fire code is distinct and separate, but it is the maintenance of that unit. It's to ensure that all the fire life safety measures are in place and on an ongoing basis. So an example might be the building code says you have to have a means of egress, but the fire code, we want to make sure it's clear. And when we come back, we find out sometimes it isn't. They blocked it with a fridge. They put something in between it. Probably the best example is that the smoke alarms themselves is that the fire code inspection also is the smoke alarm inspection. And just to give you a little bit of background, we've talked, I think I've messaged this out before because it's our major concern is operational smoke alarms. And they are significantly more important in a multi-unit or an ARU than just in a single family dwelling because they have to be interlinked. So we know that with the new homes that there's flashover in 2 to 3 minutes. In other words, it becomes uninhabitable in 2 or 3 minutes after a fire. We know the smoke alarm goes off in a minute. That leaves a resident roughly over a minute to escape. That's for a single family dwelling. You can imagine when there's 2 families living in one place, how a smoke alarm on its own doesn't really do the job. One family escapes, other family doesn't know about it. The smoke alarms have to be interconnected for both those families to have a chance. So there's higher risks. Like I think there's been some questions, what's the difference between a single family home and an ARU? Well, it's higher risk in an ARU because we have 2 families or 3 families living in one place. The risk profile is quite a bit different. We also know that there's a place, if you don't have working smoke alarms, there's 3/4 of the deaths in the province or fatalities occur when there's no working smoke alarms. So this is one of our key things with an ARU is the smoke alarms. So to give some stats, we've been out for 3 months. We did 46 inspections in June. We found 6 smoke alarms not working or either not there, inoperational, not connected. July, we went out 58 inspections, 16 smoke alarms not working. And in August, we've gone out 45 times in 2. So for us, that alone in itself has improved community safety drastically, where we've had a chance to go in. We work proactively, by the way, with the residents. We're not there to give out fines. We're only there to comply. So they have 30 days to comply. It's our main mission to get them to comply because we're about safety. So that's one piece to it between the building code and the fire code. And then the fire code or the registry itself also gives us a chance to properly address the higher risk, which is crucial for us. Because if you say we didn't have a registry, what would it look like? Well, if we didn't have a registry, we wouldn't know where the house was. We wouldn't know how it was addressed, like which unit's 1, which unit's 2, which unit's 3. We wouldn't know where the door is to get inside. We wouldn't know how many bedrooms are in there, and we wouldn't know how many people are living in there. We would think we're going to a single family house fire. We would think we're going to 3 people in a house. That's what we would think without a registry. The registry, our inspectors go in, and again, the first 3 lines of defense, we educate, we prevent, and worst case scenario, we use suppression. We're going in there, we're educating the homeowner about what the additional risks and how to mitigate them. But we're also doing that fire inspection and we're pre-planning that site. Our inspector is in there. Where are the bedrooms? How many people are living there? And we feed that back to our computer-aided dispatch. And that also goes back to paramedics and to police. So we share that information. And more importantly, our firefighters have all that pre-canned information as they go to the scene. So those are some of the highlights to kind of go out of order, but definitely interconnected smoke alarms, our education piece. We're enforcing the fire code. We're finding out where the people are, how many bedrooms, so we could again manage it. Some of the inspection items we're finding are the setbacks. Setbacks are key for us. Setbacks are the distance between the means of egress and the property line. That's our way into that unit. So we're planning on how we're going to get down that basement. We've done extensive our own internal research. We actually did this with the building department on if we start carrying hoses, we bring in fans, we bring in resuscitator kits, we have to carry a patient out. What's the width we need to get in and out? So that's one of our inspections is setbacks to make sure we have that entry and an exit point to get in and out of the unit. Back to smoke alarms, the furnace room clearances, we make sure, because we have people living near the dryer, the furnace, these are sources of ignitions. So we do want to inspect the furnace room to make sure there's not combustibles near it. One of the common, or, you know, we have our own data we use. Some pump fires in Milton we have more of them than other communities. So that's another thing we check is the sump pump, make sure there's no combustibles near it. We're checking for those two methods of egress out of the unit in case there's a fire, and we're making sure they're clear. It's not uncommon where they have two methods and then they find, let's block one because it's inconvenient, and we put a fridge there, we put a closet there. You know, that's dangerous obviously for the people of both units, and it's also dangerous for the firefighters. Once they're in there, they're trying to find a way out. Number of bedrooms and sprinkler heads. So there are, where there's heating, you have to have sprinkler heads, and we're making sure they're not unobstructed either. So this is basically, you know, and also too, there was a question about other communities. So I quickly checked with our interim division chief of prevention and our deputy chief. So locally, Halton Hills and Burlington have a similar program or versions of this, of ARU registries. And then throughout the province, we have Brampton's, Barrie's, Cambridge, Vaughan, Toronto, all have this or similar versions of this to mitigate the risk. Again, from provincially, this is the Ontario Fire Marshal's first three lines of defense: education, prevention, and then suppression.
Thank you. Councillor Kalki.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, but again, to the chief there, to build off what Councillor Marshall said there too, in regards to grandfathering, it was mentioned, maybe we have the answer to that tonight, you know, if we grandfather those 1,800 units versus if we don't, what the pros and cons of that could be. Chief, would you please comment on that as well?
Well, through you, Chair, the cons would be, it would be a scenario where we don't know where we don't know where the additional registered units are, or an ARU is. So it would be the risk of a hazardous environment with us not knowing what the situation is. We think we're going to fight a fire with 3 people in a household, and there's really 6 or 7.
Okay, thanks for that, Chief. As Mr. Chair mentioned, there is an amendment. I'll get into that with the mover.
Councillor, any further questions before I get into the amendment? I have an amendment moved by Councillor Challoner, seconded by Councillor Kalki, that the motion be amended to include the wording replacements noted on the screen. I will read out the amended motion. Whereas the town of Milton recently passed a bylaw requiring a registration and inspection of additional residential units, and whereas concerns have been raised by residents regarding the retroactive application of this bylaw to ARUs that were previously built to code, inspected, and approved by the town. And whereas the intent of Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act, is to reduce barriers and support the recreation of additional housing units across Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that if needed, town staff give every consideration to extending the deadline for compliance to a date that follows an online in-person public information session that is dedicated to fully educating the public about the ARU program. And further, be it resolved that staff be directed to develop a proactive strategy to identify the prevalence of illegal basement apartments and ARUs across the community and communicate simultaneously to all of them about the necessity of coming into compliance immediately in the interest of public safety. And finally, be it resolved that staff be directed to develop a proactive multimedia communication program that is updated immediately as continuous improvements are made to the ARU program during the pilot program over the next 3 years, so that all stakeholders are kept fully informed about its revised requirements. I'll move on to the mover and seconder to make your comments. Councillor Challoner.
I'll be brief. And I want to thank Councillor Kalki for his leadership on this as well. I think the issue is 3 things. It's education, it's public safety, and it's compliance. And those things were missing from what was proposed. And there was information in there, quite frankly, as we now know, particularly grandfathering, that created a very clearly a public safety issue, perhaps a tragic one. And so there is a need for more education. And so that's identified in the first stanza. Second stanza talks about proactive strategy. And this is about fairness. And Councillor Kalki deserves credit for this. And I'll remind Councillor Best and Mayor Krantz, we were on council together in the early 90s when basement apartments were approved by the province of Ontario. And boy, looking back, should we have established a registry at that time? We probably should have and didn't. And so this is an opportunity to get out there to the community and say, guys, if you've got basement apartments, you need to come into compliance. We'll help you. We'll educate you. We'll make sure that you're safe, that there isn't a liability. And then the final thing is we have a lot of tools at the town of Milton to provide communications to the public about this program. And I know we're using some. I know we've developed some already with respect to this program, and we need to enhance it and make sure that we are pushing out information as much as possible as the program continues to improve, as new guidelines come forward, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Councillor Kalki.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And again, I just want to, acknowledge the delegations who spoke today and all of the community members who have reached out to, quite frankly, I think pretty much every member of council since this program was approved. May I remind everyone unanimously, from what I recall, I was chairing the meeting by council on March 17th, 2025. And there was nothing but support expressed for this program at that time. Having said that, I think what was missed in the implementation of this program was that education component that probably should have happened from the beginning, from the time of approval prior to the program's implementation. Because as we've seen today with some of the delegations and some of the meetings I've had with residents, they have some concerns, and a lot of misinformation is out there in terms of what this program is about and what it's not about and what the inspections are for, what they're not for. So I do agree with the fact that we need a resolution here today at tonight's meeting. But I think what that resolution needs to do is exactly what's on those screens that the mover of the motion as well made reference to. I'm all in favor of extending the deadline so that those that are a bit hesitant and need that time to digest and learn more about the program, provide feedback for further consideration and amendments to the program, can have their opportunity to do that through a centralized platform. Further to that, not making sure they're not in time crunch to be able to, do that in a way where they're rushed or anything like that. They have the time to do that. So extend the deadline in lieu of having a formal public information session, and along with a means of residents to provide feedback that can be considered by staff and the necessary changes to the program can be made. But in addition to that, one of the concerns I heard through my meetings with residents was they feel targeted. They think and they believe, and that this program and regulation is only going after those who have gone through the previous legalization process by getting a building permit. But that's not the case. And I've had those discussions with those members of the community, but they bring up a good point. Right now, the only mechanism for us to go after unlawful ARUs, illegal basements, to put it in layman's terms, is when someone complains on their neighbor or complains about a suspected illegal unit. Maybe that's not the best approach. Maybe there needs to be something to look at, a proactive way of going after the community altogether to ensure that the fire department knows exactly what they're getting into in the event of a fire, but that there's accountability for everyone in the community. That wasn't in this resolution, which is why it's there now. And lastly, the communication strategy needs to be there too. So this is a pilot program. Things are going to change as a result of this program. As far as the fee goes, I know that was discussed as well. The motion doesn't talk about the fee at all. I'm happy to hear any suggestions in relation to what the belief is in relation to what that fee should be, if there should even be any. But yeah, I'll go from there and I'll come back if there's any questions that the mover and seconder have. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Kalki. I will look on to my members of council before we're moving to a vote. Councillor Ali.
My question is to Councillor Kalki. Most of the things he said are actually in the motion, so I don't understand the need for all the amendments. And if you read the first whereas, it talks about a report back to council. So all of the amendments that have been made here will be part of the report back to council and then can be discussed. And through that discussion, a policy will be formed. What this motion is asking is for a pause. And with regards to the $340, that's what the grandfathering is for. And in that sense, when I hear the mover and the seconder of the amendment, who, by the way, have taken the liberty of almost slashing out 80% of the motion without having a discussion with the original mover and seconder, getting this amendment at 5:01 PM today, and to be able to be amenable to these amendments without even having the time to discuss with staff and to get their feedback, it's very disappointing. So to that end, I will not be supporting this amendment. It takes the spirit of the motion away. The mover and the seconder of the amendment are welcome to put forward their own motion, seeming as they have tried to change 80% of this motion at a later date, or even tonight if they wish to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Challoner?
Yeah, so this actually is a revised motion. I did speak with Councillor Marshall this morning about this and a number of other matters, and staff had a discussion with us this afternoon. So, you know, that process took place. It is, yes, decidedly different, principally because we need things to take place immediately. We don't need another report. We need action. And this amendment requires action. We also have an issue, quite frankly, and let's be frank about it. Staff are a little busy these days, and they don't have time to get into many more reports as a result of the by-election and a few other things that are taking
Which is
place.
why the original motion says,
No crosstalk, please.
You can't.
but you do it all the time. You do it all the time.
No crosstalk.
Never have.
Thank you.
Never
Thank you.
have.
Proceed.
So thanks. So the point being, Mr. Chairman, that these things were not found in the original motion. They need to be a part of a revised motion. And we need action immediately. And we need education immediately and proactive communication. And we need to get out to the community as soon as possible, the wider community, and share with them why they need to come into compliance, the benefit, and the progress that we'll see in terms of public safety for the entire community moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. We will move on to Councillor Kalki.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it was alluded to that we need another report. That's what the motion asks for. That's what Councillor Ali said. My question is to Commissioner Scott or the Fire Chief. Would another report in relation to this exact program that was approved this past March be any different? For the sake of transparency, would anything different come out of another look at this program? And I'm all for second looks, and that's why we're asking for this revision to be made.
Commissioner?
No.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Marshall.
I do want to express some appreciation for what Councillor Challoner and Councillor Kalki have done. We did have a number of discussions about this. Maybe not in a formal context as the motion that was on the table predating this, but also today. Yeah, the timing for the actual verbiage was late, just in time, but I do appreciate the ongoing discussion and dialogue. And as I alluded to, a lot of my concern was in relation to whether or not there were overlapping inspections that were happening that people were paying for twice. And with the clarification that we've received from our fire chief as to the explanation as to why these are necessary, I think that these units need to be safe, and safety has to be paramount, not only for the people who are residing in them, but also for the people who are going to provide emergency services to it. And so, again, I do want to express my appreciation for the collaboration, and I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Best?
Yes, thank you. I'll be supporting the revised amendment. I think it covers all the issues, and as staff indicated that are basically going to be coming back, and they did do the work ahead of time. One suggestion to staff in terms of communications, we have an excellent brochure and online edition called Before You Buy. I suggest to staff that we also have something called Before You Rent for both landlords and tenants, so they know what to expect in terms of smoke alarms, exits, what the bylaws state, and what the useful contacts are. So if you're going into a unit, you know if it's legal or not. If you're renting, you know what to expect, both as a landlord and as a tenant, because as we know, and some of us are in the field, we have some very challenging situations with illegal tenants, which if they're not up to score, and as the fire chief mentioned, you have to make sure these units are safe. Whether the people want to be safe or not, you have to do it in everyone's interest. So I look forward to the motion and to seeing the staff implement this, because it is a challenge. It's happening throughout the whole community. I've heard from people, some of them are here tonight, or written delegations that have expressed similar concerns. We'll make this fair, but we also look at this as a safety issue, and that's what we're going to make sure of.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Ali.
Thank you. I mean, there is no question that safety is paramount. And thank you to Councillor Kalki for reminding everybody that this was a unanimous decision previously. It is only after the confusion that was created, let's just say, on the operationalizing of the decision, that we are here. And as you heard from the delegates, the confusions are still longstanding. And one thing I'm noticing in the amendment is there's no mention of grandfathering, and I want to ask the mover or the seconder why that was removed.
Councillor Kalki.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the staff that brought forward this report just said nothing's going to change if we look at bringing back another report in relation to grandfathering. Commissioner, if you want to repeat that, is anything going to change if we grandfather or look into exploring grandfathering and you report back in a few months from now? Is anything going to change?
Before we go on to the commissioner, I know some people in the audience are raising their hands. We won't be able to get to you because it's not a registered delegation at this moment in time. So I do apologize for that. But Commissioner Scott.
From staff's perspective, the report that we brought forward in March will be the same report that we bring forward to council.
Councillor Challoner.
Yeah, the part of the grandfathering issue is one of public safety. Milton Fire Department needs to know what is in every ARU and every detached home or single detached or townhouse that is hosting a basement apartment, and that's not possible through the original motion. It's not what it's asking for.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Before I move on to the amended motion, is there anyone else that would like to further speak from council? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
I will move on to Megan. Yes, on the amendment, I will move on to Megan.
So with respect to the amending motion put forward by Councillor Challoner and Councillor Kalki, if members in favor of those amendments could please stand. Okay. I'm seeing Councillor Kalki, Councillor Best, Councillor Challoner, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Melbuff is absent, Mayor Krantz and Councillor Ajaz. All opposed, could please stand. I see Councillor Ali. The amending motion is carried.
Thank you, Megan.
Seeing as, excuse me, Mr. Chair, through you, if I may, seeing as the amended motion has passed, I'm not willing to put my name as the mover on the original motion.
Sure. I know, Councillor Marshall, we're looking at the main motion as amended. If you would like, I can move you up to the mover of this motion or the seconder or none.
We'll go with none.
None? I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Best and
moved.
Councillor Kalki. Alrighty, all in favor of the main motion as amended? As amended, yeah, alrighty, and it carries. We'll sign it later. Thank you very much for everyone for being patient. We will move on to motion to consider vexatious complaints. I want to remind all members that the decision before council tonight is to give staff direction to prepare a policy for council to consider in the future. We do not discuss specific enforcement files during council meetings. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ellie and seconded by Councillor Marshall. Whereas the town of Milton is committed to fair, transparent, and efficient enforcement of municipal bylaws, and whereas repeated, unfounded, or frivolous complaints made to bylaw enforcements, fire services, or other departments can place an undue burden on municipal resources, and whereas such complaints can negatively impact property owners who are in full compliance with town bylaws and contributing to a sense of unfair treatment, and whereas other municipalities across Ontario have adopted formal, vexatious, or frivolous complaints policies to manage and respond to patterns of unreasonable behavior in a consistent and equitable manner. Therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to develop a draft policy for council's consideration that outlines how the town will address and manage frivolous, vexatious, or repeated unfounded complaints, and that the policy include, but not to be limited to, provisions on complaint intake and review procedures, criteria for identifying and responding to frivolous or vexatious complaints, the balance between proactive and reactive enforcement, confidentiality, and protection of complainants, and respondent information and procedural fairness for all parties involved. And that bylaw enforcement staff collaborate with other relevant departments to ensure that policy includes appropriate language to address related areas, and that residents are provided with clear and understandable information regarding the town of Milton's bylaws. And further, that a draft policy be brought forward to council for review at the November 2026 meeting. I will move on to the mover and seconder for comments. Councillor Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to start by saying that this motion obviously is about frivolous and vexatious complaints. And many of the delegates spoke really well about how sometimes our bylaws can be used as weapons for neighbors to just get back at each other. And so that is obviously at the core of this motion. But how did we get here? And it is because of the situation with Fairgrounds closing its doors after months and months of discussions between the grounds and the Halton Agricultural Society, the neighbors, and our town staff. Let me start by saying that the Milton Fairgrounds has always been more than just a place for events. It is part of our history, a cornerstone of our community, and a gathering space where generations have come together to celebrate our shared traditions. But in recent months, this space has also become the center of division. Concerns about noise, bylaw enforcement, and repeated complaints have strained relationships between residents, community organizations, and the town itself. I have listened to all sides. On one hand, residents want peace of mind that town bylaws will be enforced fairly and consistently. On the other hand, the Halton Agricultural Society and event organizers who give so much of their time and energy to our community feel unfairly targeted by repeated complaints, sometimes even when they are in full compliance. This cycle of conflict helps no one. It is also important to remember that the fairgrounds is more than just a venue for large events. Many smaller community groups rely on it for their programming. In a town where rental space is already in high demand and often overbooked, the fairgrounds provides much needed relief and opportunities for cultural, recreational, and social activities. Without it, many groups would struggle to find affordable, accessible venues to bring people together. This is why I have introduced this motion asking council staff to develop a vexatious complaints policy. This is not about silencing legitimate concerns. Let me be very clear. It is about ensuring fairness, balance, and clarity in how bylaw complaints are received and addressed. Other municipalities in Ontario have already adopted such policies, and they have seen success in reducing unnecessary conflict while protecting the rights of all parties involved. Through this motion, my goal is simple: to bring our community back together. We must protect the integrity of our bylaw system. That is without a question. But we must also protect the institutions that make Milton vibrant. By adopting a thoughtful and transparent policy, we can reduce the sense of frustration felt by community organizations while maintaining accountability for everyone. The fairgrounds has stood for generations as a place of unity. I hope that through this open dialogue and fair solutions, it can remain that way. A space where residents, volunteers, small groups, and families can come together, not in conflict, but in celebration. I'm very happy to hear that the mayor has scheduled a meeting with the organizers and the involved parties, and I really hope that it comes to a fruitful ending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Marshall.
We've heard from many of the delegates. Really, this is about developing a policy to prevent vexatious complaints. To me, this is fairly self-explanatory. I don't think we need to repeat it, and we can move on and hope that we have everyone's support.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to members of council. Councillor Challoner.
Mr. Chairman, there isn't a member of this council who does not support the fairgrounds and the Halton Agricultural Society. Not one. And I can tell you that those of us who have been watching are equally concerned and been concerned for some time. And the process that the Agricultural Society will be engaged with the town of Milton has been in planning for some time. And there have been discussions for some time as well. And so this should not be about that matter, and specifically why it should not be about this matter. And I'm concerned about the context of this motion. The context of this motion should not be in relation to the Halton Agricultural Society. Why? Because it's unlawful for Milton Council to enter into discussions about bylaw infractions. It's against the law. There are two entities that deal with bylaw infractions in the town of Milton, and one is bylaw enforcement. And if it can't be resolved there, then it goes before the courts. And so it is not our purview to have discussions about issues between any resident of Milton and bylaw enforcement. I've been around for a while, and I've not seen a situation ever where there is a vexatious issue. There may be here, I don't know. There's three sides to every story, right? And it's not my right or authority to have a discussion about this particular situation. It's a matter that is before bylaw enforcement. They will deal with it. But every property owner in this community has to abide by our bylaws. And I'll leave it at that. And so I have a problem with context. I have no problem with considering a complaint process. I think, quite frankly, it would be better suited in another context than it is tonight. And hopefully the council will consider that, because we should not be bringing forward issues like this before this table, because it puts us into a potential legal challenge, as this potentially has. As I said, three sides to every story. And people in this community have a right to be concerned. The Agricultural Society has a right to be concerned, but it's not to be decided here or even discussed, because we can't legally do that. And so I'm not entirely in love with this motion for that reason. It should not have been brought to council this way. I'd like to see something else, frankly.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Councillor Best.
Yes, similar comments, and I agree with Councillor Challoner. There is other routes, and the mayor's already highlighted he's working together with the ward and with staff, because the delegates here raised some legitimate concerns, and also there was legitimate complaints. Whether they're vexatious or not is another matter. And agree with Councillor Challoner that that's where it should be done in a legal manner. Just regarding the motion itself, just a little small correction. If you look at the last line, as a council to review in the November 2026 meeting, I think that's a typo there, because that's beyond the term of this office. A question to the mover and seconder. You mentioned here twice here that repeated complaints. Does that also apply to councillors? Because I've made 4 complaints today about various issues. if this is a situation, I would be the first one on the blacklist.
Councillor Kalki,
Oh, sorry, was that a rhetorical question or is that?
is that a question?
That was an appropriate time.
Oh,
Oh,
perfect.
okay,
Councillor
okay.
Kalki.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks for that. First of all, thank you to all the delegations who spoke. Obviously, I'm a newer councillor. That's no secret to anyone here. But I've had the pleasure of attending many events at the fairgrounds, and I can appreciate the rich history that's there and the importance it plays in the community. There's full stop, no dispute in that whatsoever. Just a question for staff in relation, just a question to staff in relation to this. What do they think about this resolution? And yeah.
I'll go to staff. What do you guys think of this resolution? By Councillor Kalki. Great question.
Through you, Chair, I guess speaking to the motion and not any specific bylaw related situations, I would say that staff don't feel we need a standalone policy based on our experiences at this time. However, we're happy to take the direction of council. That said, the communications and customer experience division is already working on a customer code of conduct that's townwide, not specific to any one division. So it apply to the whole corporation that is going to roll out in 2026. And there will be a section that will outline how any repeated complaints without merit will be managed by town staff. And the reason for that is transparency, so that our customers understand the town's mechanism for dealing with ongoing complaints that don't have merit. And it is certainly by no means meant to discourage people like yourself, Councillor Best, who may have some legitimate concerns or issues that they want to raise and discuss with staff. But and it's not because staff have any concerns at this time either. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Kalki, floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner, and thanks, Mr. Chair, through you again. So based on that response, my understanding then is that we're already doing something to address vexatious complaints or talk about it or assess what that means and what that is, and that's coming as part of that review you mentioned in 2026.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just another follow-up there then in that case. So I think staff also mentioned that they're not in a position right now where they feel a policy itself is needed, but they're looking into that. If that's a fair assessment, then I would say in that case, to address the issue of the greater policy issue here, we allow staff to come back with language specific to vexatious complaints, what that means, what that looks like. And once that review comes back, at that point, maybe with the staff recommendation, decide if an actual policy itself is needed. Meanwhile, the elephant in the room, the fairgrounds, making sure that that matter is addressed. Mayor Krantz says he's meeting with them. And as far as the updates council's received from staff, lines of communication seem to be open, and they should stay open to try to resolve whatever issues happening there. So,
Councillor, if I'm getting this right, you want to highlight the existing policy and maybe potentially make amendments to the existing policy. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, what I'm saying is I'm fine with this resolution and supportive of it, but I think that resolution part of it needs to be maybe amended to reflect the work that staff is already going to be doing on this and come back to council with, the results of what that looks like. And at that time, make a recommendation if a policy itself is needed, while at the same time defining vexatious complaints and working towards what that means, what that looks like, and how to deal with them. Because it looks like staff are already doing that.
I'd like to go to our CAO because it is two things at the same time where we're dealing with this, and then we're dealing with an existing policy, and then we're trying to merge the two potentially. So I'm going to go to the CAO for some enlightenment. Thank you.
Just if I could quickly to jump in, it's one of those situations where I want to support everybody's argument and not because I want to be democratic in this whole thing. However, the point that context is important in this matter. Policy setting is supposed to be done at a broad level, and it's not supposed to be about one specific issue and item. In that case, it can be seen as targeted. It can be seen as being too narrow in its scope. I think the commissioner has offered up that we're considering the notion of vexatious complaints within our customer code of conduct in the new year. And I think it would be appropriate for us to just take general direction from council to include that within the scope of our work. Now we come back at it with a policy with a very broad base, not targeted in any way, the way policy setting is supposed to be done.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor
Yeah,
Kalki.
Mr. Chair, through you then, is it okay if I put forward maybe an amendment to that to reflect that? And
If before you do that, if I can go to Councillor Ali and then come back to you, is that all right?
yeah, that works.
Yeah, Councillor Ali.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out, Councillor Best. That was supposed to say November 2025, and I'm amenable to changing that to as soon as possible, because I know you're busy with the by-election. And I'm speaking to the clerk's office on this, who obviously would be dealing with the bylaw enforcement policy as well. So as soon as possible, whenever you are at your earliest, you're able to do, because I know you're going to be involved in the budgeting process very soon after. So I'm open to changing that. With regards to this being a repetition of what already is in the plans, we have done that in the past. We have passed motions that already were going to be part of a broader policy. So I don't see a problem with council supporting this tonight and then this being part of the broader policy, as long as the timing of both the reports, the broader one and this one, are aligned and overlapping.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. We will go to Councillor Kalki. Councillor Kalki, you have some thoughts on an amendment?
Yeah, for sure. I
If
think
you'd like to verbalize
maybe
what you have in mind?
Yeah, for sure, Mr. Chair, through you. I don't know, Madam Clerk, were you able to receive what was sent? Maybe we can put that out in the air and see what the appetite is regarding that. Because I think it'll address the issue that's at hand here in terms of policy and give staff clear direction to build on the work that they're already doing, quite frankly, and then come back with that plan at relatively the same time.
So would you say, so would you say it's an amendment to this, or is a projection an amendment to an existing policy that exists?
It's an amendment to this, the resolution component only. I'm perfectly fine and agreeable to the whereas clauses. I don't think they should be changed. Completely agree with that. Yeah.
Sure. Do you have a seconder on that? Sure, Jason.
There we go.
Okay. So then just to clarify then, the amendment that you would like to put forward then would be to strike the clauses under be it resolved and replace that with that council directs staff to include how frivolous, vexatious, and repeated unfounded complaints are managed as part of the town's customer code of conduct, and that as part of that process, staff provide a recommendation to council as to whether an independent vexatious complaint policy is required?
Yes, Madam Clerk, and through you, Mr. Chair, I think that will, give us the same timeline in terms of when this comes back to us, and then, allow staff that time to, take a deeper look into whether a policy is required at that point. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Mayor Krantz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly prepared to second that amendment there as well, there if needed. And I'm just wondering aloud now, I didn't catch it all, but did it incorporate some of the CEO's comments on some of that very good direction that he gave us? And I didn't quite get it. And if we can put it up on the screen.
Yep. We'll just need them 1 minute.
Really clear, but as I understand it, I'm very supportive of what you're attempting to do.
For sure.
Councillor Kalki.
Yep, I think Madam Clerk is working on getting it up there. I think that'll be easier, right? So everyone could be on the same page, including our visitors here to understand.
So Councillor Kalki is our mover and Mayor Krantz is our seconder on this.
Just need a minute.
Thanks. Alrighty, I will look at the mover and our seconder to just quickly take a read of that and confirm this is exactly what you're looking for. And give me a thumbs up. Alrighty, it is exactly what they're looking for. Be it resolved that council directs staff to include how frivolous, vexatious, or repeated unfounded complaints are managed as part of the town's customer code of conduct, and as part of that process, staff provide a recommendation to council as to whether an independent vexatious complaint policy is required. Councillor Kalki?
Right after code of conduct, the word review should be there.
You want to you want to review?
Yeah, just after code of conduct, review.
Got it. We will add that in there. We'll add that in there. Alrighty, any further comments on the amended motion? Councillor, Mayor Krantz?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, as mentioned, pleased to second it. Full disclosure, there's probably not too many people that live much closer to the to one of the areas that we talked about earlier on. So full disclosure in there, because I've been asked about that on more than one occasion recently. Could I or should I get involved? It's because, believe it or not, I am within the circulated area of, you know, one of the, and I'm talking about the broader issue now that's been talked about here tonight. So at least in my opinion, I do not have a conflict on it, and I want to make it very, very publicly known. So, and can I be challenged on it? Sure. I can be challenged on it, but at least in my opinion, I do not have any conflicts on it. There's nothing for me to be gained or lost out of these discussions, but I make it very clear I am within the circulated area legally of what may or may not happen with one of these areas that you know is under discussion. So that's the broader context of it. So. And I'm pretty certain it'll be resolved within the next few days. So pretty certain of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. Any further comments or questions on the amended motion? All in favor?
I had a question.
Oh, so my
As
apologies.
the mover of the original motion, I want to understand that the little paragraph we saw on the screen is replacing everything that is under therefore be it resolved. All of
Yes.
that is replaced with this new wording.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm amenable to that. I do know that vexatious policies have, vexatious complaints policies have helped a lot of, and in my efforts to find a resolution for the issue at hand, I was researching a lot of municipalities that have dealt with such issues. And this is one of the bylaws that really helped those municipalities resolve these kind of issues. So that is where the context of this resolution came from. And obviously, this is not about legitimate complaints. So Councillor Best has nothing to worry about. But this is about the use of bylaw, which basically also uses a lot of our resources. And it also puts our bylaw officers at risk because when they go again and again, what happens is that they face a lot of anger and sometimes even violence. So this is not about legitimate concerns. This is about sometimes the bylaw enforcement being used as a weapon. I'm amenable to the small amendment that has been added, albeit I would have preferred a heads up on it. But having said that seems to be the theme of tonight's meeting, I will support the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Any further questions on this amended motion? All in favor? And it is carried unanimously. And the main motion as amended, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Best? Councillor Challoner?
Yep.
All in favor? And it's carried. All righty. 9.1 staff report DS-05-25 regarding technical report for a town initiated zoning bylaw amendment for the
Mr.
existing
Chair.
residential area in the mill.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of everybody's, as people are departing, could we have a 5-minute recess? This is one of our longer meetings.
Yes. Allotted, given, granted. Counselors. Hello. Oh, sorry. That's okay. No, that's okay. Alrighty, thank you so much for that break. We'll go on to items for considerations. 9.1 staff report DS-051-25 regarding technical report for a town initiated zoning bylaw amendment for the existing residential area in the Milton Heights neighborhood. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, which reads that staff report DS-051-25 outlining the town initiated amendment to the town of Milton comprehensive zoning bylaw 016-2014 as amended to change the current future development zone to site specific residential low density 2 zones RLD 2*371 and RLD 2*372 to allow existing properties within the area to develop in accordance with the residential zoning be approved, and that staff be authorized to bring forward an amendment amending zoning bylaw in accordance with the draft bylaw attached as Appendix 1 to staff report DS-051-25 for council adoption. And further that the Provincial Minister of Health, Education, Transportation and Infrastructure and Metrolinx receive a copy of this report with a request to review and plan for future Milton District Hospital, school and transportation expansions. I will now call on the Commissioner Jill Hogan, for any introductory comments for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff are recommending approval for this application this evening and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions of staff? Councillor Best?
Yeah, it's just more of a request to staff, since a number of these lots in the area are existing residents and there's not a development group there. Are there any ways that staff can assist residents if there is a situation where it might make some sense to have a land assembly or some sort of subdivision that basically would get the best use of the land? Because I know a lot of people in this area are anticipating having sanitary sewers in the area, and there is a lot of deep lots there that might be adequate for, subdivisions for affordable or seniors housing.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to Councillor Best, absolutely. We'd be more than happy to sit down with residents who have interest in doing so. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's carried. Nine point two staff report DS-053-25 regarding technical report for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Battery Planning and Management. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, which reads that staff DS-053-25 outlining applications for amendments to the Town of Milton official plan and zoning bylaw 016-2014 as amended to facilitate the development of a truck terminal and motor repair garage be approved, and that staff be authorized to bring forward an official plan amendment number 93 in accordance with the proposed official plan amendment attached as Appendix 1 to report DS-053-25 for council adoption, and that staff be authorized to bring forward an amending zoning bylaw in accordance with the proposed bylaw attached as Appendix 2 to report DS-053-25 for council adoption. And further that the Commissioner of Development Services forward this report to the Provincial Ministers of Health, Education, Transportation, Infrastructure and Metrolinx with a request to review and plan for future Milton District Hospital, school and transportation expansions. Any questions on this motion to staff? Seeing none, all in favor, and it's carried. 9.3 Milton Hydro boring limit update. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, which reads that the boring limit of Milton Hydro Holdings Inc. as well each of the subsidiaries, Milton Hydro Distribution Inc., Milton Energy and Generation Solution Inc., and Milton Hydro Services Inc. be updated as outlined in Schedule A to this report effective immediately, and that the boring limits outlined in Schedule 1 be reflected into the shareholder direction for Milton Hydro Holdings as part of this next consolidated update. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, and it's carried. Nine point four capital variance report, June 2025. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner, seconded by Councillor Best, which reads the new budget adjustment that that amount to a net increase of $6,427,707 to be approved capital projects, including the transfers to from reserves and reserve funds as summarized in the financial impact section of report ES-043-25 be approved, and that the capital projects identified as pending closure in Appendix B with an approval budget totaling $27,822,767 be closed, and that a budget amendment be approved on previously closed capital projects C4601032- Tandem XL truck to increase budget expenditures by $10,341 funded from development charges, and further that $9.5 million be transferred from the project variance reserves with $5 million allocated the infrastructure renewal, roads and structures reserves, $2 million to the vehicles and equipment replacement reserves, $1.5 million allocated to the infrastructure renewal, stormwater reserves, and $1 million allocated to the infrastructure renewal, recreation facilities reserve. Any questions on this motion? Councilor Challoner?
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you to Glenn. Two questions. It's kind of a good news, bad news update. What's your sense of the forecast at end of year? First question. And the second question is, of the capital projects that were approved this year, what percentage will be completed, do you estimate, by December 31st?
Glenn?
Okay, so for the second part, I'll answer that question first. I wouldn't want to give you a response directly to percent completion on the basis of that's really something I would really want to work with the project managers and program areas. From a financial perspective, we do look at, and we have some cash flow forecasting that projects out, you know, where we suspect we'll land, and we're looking back through the budget process and variance processes as to how we're on track. I don't have a specific number, but we do generally see, you know, an uptake, especially towards the end of the year as we're looking through accrual processes where we catch up on a lot of the invoicing and billing activity. Overall, I do see this as a good news report, strongly on the basis that even though you do see an increase in the overall size of the capital program, there's around a $17 million reduction in the town portion of the active capital projects because of the success the town's had through grant programs and just a reflection of the Nipissing project where the region has a large component as well. So we are cleaning up. You see $27 million of projects being closed here. But with the refinancing and with the further progress we expect this year, you know, we do see generally around at least 50% of the capital programs spent that are committed at any point in time. And really by the time we get to the end of the year, usually we are trending more towards 2/3 of the overall program.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Glenn, you have anything further to add? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's carried. Now we're good. All right, 9.5 purchasing variance. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best. The motion is quite large and is written in the agenda, and I won't be reading it. But I will call on the CFO, Glenn Cohen, for any introductory comments, if any.
And nothing notable. There are some winter maintenance awards, which are obviously important to get ready for our winter season, as well as the peer review consulting services, a couple other awards and reporting back in there. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's carried. Motion to consider elect respects. I have a motion moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Councillor Marshall. The motion is published in the agenda, and staff now, if you guys can pull it up. Motion on chamber screens, please. If I could have the motion. No. Oh, perfect. No. Now, it is a lengthy motion, and I will ask the mover and seconder, would you guys like to read it? Would you guys like me to read it?
No, that's okay. The motion is, and I know.
On to the mover.
To congratulate you on your wedding. So congratulations. I know you're in a rush to go back home, so I completely get it. Completely get the speed of your reading. So the motion itself is explanatory, and just wanted to say that as politics gets more grassroots level, It also provides the opportunity for nefarious individuals to interact with politicians, and it affects politicians more than anybody else, where individuals can be anonymous and hide behind a fake profile and post really harassing and threatening messages. And so this came out of a group called Halton Elected Women. And it is led by Mayor Marianne Mead Ward, Mayor of Burlington, where we're trying to take the concept of politics is a blood sport away. And we're calling it out and saying politics actually does not have to be a blood sport, and we can all be respectful. And more than anything, this movement is directed towards residents to sign a pledge to be respectful to their elected officials, and for elected officials to be respectful of each other, and of course, residents as well. So that's the gist of it, and I hope all of my colleagues will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. We will move on to the seconder of this motion, Councillor Marshall.
I think it's also pretty straightforward. The tone here is really just that everyone should be treated with respect. And I think around our council chambers, we do a good job at disagreeing, but doing it in a manner where we're still allowing others to be heard. And that needs to be continued. And we need to make sure that everyone else is following in that style. So I also will recognize Burlington Mayor Marianne Mead Ward for her advocacy on this. I think it is timely and important. Harassment, abuse, and toxic discourse in politics is simply unacceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Challoner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I am supportive of the what is proposed. I would ask the mover and the seconder to consider a friendly amendment to include municipal employees where they've got elected officials, because quite frankly, my experience has been here in the town of Milton, and I've seen it elsewhere as well, where quite frankly, generally on a day-to-day basis, municipal employees take a lot more abuse than elected officials do. Yes, we take some, and the motion, I think, very well enunciates what form that takes, and it tends to be easier for men to deal with it than women. Not fair, not right, but that's the way it is these days. But I can tell you that municipal employees that I've worked with are taking a lot more abuse than I am.
Very well said. I will go on to Councillor Ali. If Councillor Ali is comfortable with that.
I am very comfortable. I agree with Councillor Challoner. It does happen to staff a lot too. And in that scenario too, the women take more abuse than the men. And those are just the facts we see, real facts we see through surveys and research. So fully supportive of that.
Appreciate the acknowledgement.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the amendment, if I could go to Councillor Best.
Yes, unfortunately, Councillor Challoner beat me to it. I was going to make the same friendly.
You could be a seconder.
Definitely. But on this, I thank the mover and seconder for bringing this to council. I support it at the region, and I heard from other AMO delegates at the recent conference, as well as board members, that they're seeing the same thing, that employees, and especially on the front line, answering the phones, answering the emails, and seeing stuff that most employees would never have to put up with. So I appreciate all the work here, and hope we can improve the whole climate.
Sure. Any further comments or questions on this specific motion as amended? There are two ways of doing this. We could either amend the motion, or because there's just one word or two words being added to this motion, we could just add it to the motion. What do you guys prefer? That's a question for you guys. Yeah, and that's all right. We could just add it to the existing motion. Yes, perfect. So we've done that. All in favor of this motion? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. .7 motion to consider multi-tenant housing framework and regulations. I have a motion moved by Councillor Calkins, seconded by Councillor Challoner. The motion is published in the agenda, and if staff could pull it up on the motion, pull up this motion on the chamber screens. Counselor, would you like me to read this?
No, that's okay.
All right, I will go on. I will call on to the mover and seconder for introductory remarks. Counselor Kalki.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. This is just a motion that was introduced at the last meeting being considered today. Obviously, we're just looking at getting ahead of the increased prevalence of multi-tenant housing, or also known as rooming housing in our community. From my experience in another municipality where I'm employed, we have college and university, Laurier and Conestoga. With an increased student population, we do tend to see an increase in multi-tenant housing being created and popped up around the community. That can pose challenges, whether it's property standards or other issues, but we go back to the conversation earlier today where life safety comes into play. This will, if approved, ask staff to establish a framework to get ahead of the increase in multi-tenant housing and establish a framework of regulation to ensure that whoever wants to participate in creating a multi-tenant home can do that in the proper way to make sure everything's done safely in accordance with whatever those parameters should be.
Councillor Challoner.
I'll be brief. I just want to thank Councillor Kalki for bringing forward the idea that we do this, and to Jill Hogan for helping us craft the motion. We both have had issues with rooming houses in our wards, and I suspect they exist in other wards as well. It's not pleasant. The neighborhood gets very upset, and we need a regimen in place to deal with them moving forward, because as Councillor Kalki indicated, in communities where there's post-secondary education, you're going to see rooming houses coming to the fore. So I look forward to further discussion with staff and with council on this matter, and thank you for considering it.
Any further comments or questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's carried. Move on to introduction of notice of motion. 10.1, notice of motion regarding installation of no U-turn signage at major intersections. 10.2, notice of motion regarding e-scooters. There are two notice of motions that have been listed on the agenda tonight for notice purposes. Both will be considered at the November 3rd, 2025 council meeting. Any regional council updates? Councillor Best.
Yeah, just one item. Next week, we have our regional council meeting with a number of items, and one that should be of interest to local councillors as well is the transportation update, and it has some very staggering statistics, which I'll send out to people. And also, we're in the middle of construction season, so good luck getting around town.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Statements by members. Councillor Challoner.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I have a statement I'll read with respect to my member's statement. Last Saturday afternoon in our community, an illegal globalized the Intifada protest paraded along Main Street between Brown and Fulton Streets. No permit was sought by the town of Milton. No traffic management performance or service was provided by Halton Regional Police Services. It was illegal. It was hateful. And not only was it dangerous to motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians, it was disrespectful to downtown merchants and their customers who simply wanted to conduct business in beautiful and historic downtown Milton on a late summer Saturday afternoon. This was the fourth illegal anti-Israel protest in Milton in almost 3 years. These illegal acts are damaging the reputation of the protest participants and their organizers with the rest of the much larger Milton community. Worse, they are damaging Milton's good reputation with the vast majority of its own citizens, other Ontarians, and other Canadians. There are a number of Miltonians who, for the first time in their lives, are wondering why they still live here. These illegal protests need to stop immediately. Not next year, not next month, not even next week, now. Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms allows all of us to voice our opinions as long as they do not constitute hate speech. The Charter also allows us to assemble as we so please, but only where it is legal to do so. It's long past time for Milton's business, political, policing, and religious leaders to step up and demonstrate leadership when it comes to calling out lawlessness in our community, and to be very clear-eyed about the fact that these illegal actions are preventing our community from being the best it can be. And it's long past time for what are very few Miltonians today to start respecting the rights and freedoms of all Miltonians before we lose what is the greatest community in Canada to live, work, and play to a total loss of public safety, social cohesion, and community spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner. Councillor Best.
So on another note, I just wanted to commend the mayor and all the staff that were involved in the United Way golf tournament on Friday. It was quite a successful event. I believe it was over $200,000 raised, and I'd like to thank the mayor for his commitment to the United Way, because it's been the 25th anniversary, and it was quite successful, and I appreciate all the staff involvement.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Mayor Krantz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just on that point that Councillor Best just raised, we're just a little wee bit shy of over those 25 years of $4 million. So thanks to the business community and the community at large for supporting United Way. As mentioned on more than one occasion, every dollar that's raised stays in Milton here too. So it's quite important. I have two things under statements by members, Mr. Chairman. The very first one is thank you very much for a job well done here tonight. And it wasn't an easy meeting. We have those every once in a while. Right now, I'm roughly almost an hour out when I predicted that we would adjourn, but I figured it would be a little longer than what it was. Last but certainly not least, congratulations to you, Sammy, and your wife, Rhubarb, on your recent marriage. There, I wish you and your wife a very long and happy marriage. So congratulations, Sammy, and join the club.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being there. The mayor did a phenomenal job, as always. Any other individual who wants to make a member statement? Perfect. We have one confidential session this evening. Does any member wish to go into confidential session for the items on the agenda? All righty, I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best, which reads that the recommendation containing the staff report course -012-25 be approved. All in favor? And it's carried. I have a motion moved by Councillor Challoner and seconded by Councillor Best for the bylaws number 079-2025 through to and including bylaw 093-2025 be read, passed, and numbered, and that the mayor and the town clerk be authorized to sign the said bylaws, seal them with the seal of the corporation, and that they be engrossed in the bylaw book. All in favor? Oh, does somebody have a question?
Yeah,
Councillor
just quick items, not a question, just regarding bylaw number 85, 2025, uniform traffic control. I just want to thank all the staff involved and all the residents from second line 15 Side Road and sixth line 25th Side Road for their concerted effort to put four-way stops there. They're both very dangerous intersections, and we've had numerous accidents and also a death at one of them. So in the last year, so I appreciate all the work involved and looking forward to seeing the signs up.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And it's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.